We have always tried to bring you updated, analyzed, and summarized content every day. However, to maintain the operation of the channel, from editorial time, technical systems, to operating costs, we are facing many financial constraints. If you feel that what the channel brings is valuable, we hope you consider joining the membership to help us continue to maintain and develop. Your companionship not only helps the channel exist, but also motivates us to continue working every day. With just a small donation each month, you help keep this community going and spread the word to more people. Thank you for your continued support. For a great America, sign up for membership in the description of this video or click the Join Membership button so we can fund the program. Also, you can give Super Chat, Super Stickers, or Super Thanks. I love you all.
Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Trust the plan. Privately owned U.S. Inc. government bankrupt shuts down on Saturday, January 31st, 2026. America's new constitutional republic goes live on Sunday, February 1st, 2026. Global currency reset, gold-backed currency goes live on Monday, February 2nd, 2026. Meanwhile, Trump announced no more income tax. Judy note, trusted sources have declared that the plan never changed. From information contained in this update, we could easily conclude that the American Republic's restoration to concepts of the original Constitution via a global currency reset from its very beginning was set to take place on Saturday, January 31st, Sunday, February 1st, and Monday, February 2nd, 2026. The deep state cabal's Federal Reserve, BlackRock, and global banks had long planned for Saturday, January 31st, 2026 to be the date for an engineered demolition of the fiat U.S. dollar that was sure to result in collapse of the global financial system, done in order to enslave humanity under a fiat digital currency prison where the bad guys had complete control over your life. Not going to happen. Right now, all global financial systems were a go. The global currency reset was live while the emergency broadcast system was primed for activation for the 10 days of darkness to begin. On Monday, January 26, FBI Director Kash Patel announced, in 6 days, the U.S. government will be shut down due to a financial crisis. Why? Because Saturday, January 31st, was the cabal's final kill switch date for the global financial system. Insiders have confirmed that years ago, deep state puppets in the Federal Reserve, BlackRock, and global banks had planned an engineered death of the fiat U.S. dollar, along with collapse of the global financial system for the end of January 2026. They would then be able to enslave humanity under a fiat digital currency prison, where the deep staters had complete control over your life and finances, even telling you when, how, and what you could spend your money on. In the next days, watch for sudden bank glitches and withdrawal limits plus wild swings in the stock market, then a halt. This would result from deep staters dumping their fiat assets before the lights went out. What they didn't expect was that just prior to February 1st, Trump and the BRIC nation's quantum financial system would be online worldwide, gold-backed and unbreakable. On or around January 31st, expect the switch. Old debt-based slavery erased, accounts reset with massive prosperity packages for we the people. Silver has dramatically revalued. Trillions in hidden vaults support the QFS, and 209 nations embraced independence and free energy. There was one downside to the government shutdown, as pointed out by FBI Director Kash Patel. The last time they shut down, gold and silver jumped to new all-time highs. But if you're holding other assets like stocks, you need to be careful because we're heading into a total data blackout. You could also expect power and communication outages labeled as tests. In reality, this would be a cover for integration of the quantum financial system on the new Starlink satellite system. Watch for GCR activations in February, income taxes abolished, IRS dissolved, Federal Reserve ended, replaced by gold-backed treasures, and a flat sales tax on non-essentials. Debt forgiveness sweeping forth, mortgages, credit cards, and burdens zeroed in the coming Jubilee. Redemption centers stand ready as revaluation of currencies nears an imminent public launch. First notifications and payouts for Tier 1 and 2 have already began rolling out with historic 100-hour windows extending into late January and early February. The quantum financial system proceeded under secure military oversight. BRICS alliances, Swiss groups, and U.S. Space Force partners ensured unbreakable integrity. Prepare for your appointments. Verify exchanges through official channels only and avoid all scams. Monday, February 2nd, 2026 will be remembered as the day the Matrix broke. Not because everything changed instantly, but because the illusion finally collapsed. Nasara Jasara QFS on Telegram. The lies about debt, about money, about your worth, they've built an empire on those fictions. Nasara Jasara is not a theory anymore. It's structure, it's tech, it's law. And it's about to become visible. On Monday, February 2nd, 2026, you'll see encrypted alerts tied to your national ID or phone signature. First wave biometric wallet logins open across verified nations. Partial debt reconciliations appearing as system recalculations. Global emergency communication drills disguised as public safety tests. The media will spin, the governments will hesitate, but the people, we, will be ready. The time is locked in. The vault is primed. And the future, it's already arrived. EBS Alert. On Saturday, January 31st and Monday, February 1st, 2026, every phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, unmistakable alert signal. It will be an intense, ear-piercing sound that will wake you up whether you like it or not. The signal will be transmitted directly from Starlink satellites, bypassing traditional media channels that are controlled by the elite. This means you won't need to rely on your local news or social media for updates. The truth is coming directly to your phone. There's no way for the globalists to censor it. Saturday, January 31st, shutdown detonator. Why the next 4 days could freeze the U.S. economy and trigger global panic. Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. The clock is ticking down to January 31st, the cabal's final kill switch date. Insiders confirm this is no ordinary deadline. It's a detonator they've planted for years. An engineer collapsed to enslave what's left of humanity under their digital prison grid. But the White Hats flipped the script. The next 4 days, starting right now, are make or break. Why January 31st? Deep state puppets in the Fed, BlackRock, and global banks have been quietly positioning for a controlled demolition of the fiat dollar system. Leaked docs show emergency protocols activated. Massive treasury dumping, liquidity drains, and cyber false flags blamed on Russia or hackers to cover the real move. Total shutdown of ATMs, credit cards, and trading platforms. They want panic in the streets, and so martial law locks in, and their CBDC nightmare rolls out unchallenged. But here's the truth. They don't want you to know. Trump's plan is in motion. Military intelligence has seized key nodes. The quantum financial system is already online in shadow mode, gold-backed and unbreakable. On or around January 31st, expect the switch. Old debt-based slavery erased, accounts reset with massive prosperity packages for we the people. The elites are terrified. That's why media blackout is total and distractions, fake wars, celebrity nonsense are at a max volume. What to watch in the next 4 days. Sudden bank glitches and withdrawal limits, early signs of the freeze, stock market wild swings then halt, cabal dumping before lights out, power comms outages labeled tests, cover for QFS integration, arrest waves ramping up quietly, high-level traders vanishing. This isn't fear porn, it's the final phase of the storm. The deep state is cornered, lashing out with their last weapon, economic Armageddon, but they lose. We've seen the proofs. Gitmo flights full, tribunals active, the military's in control. Stock up now, cash for a few days, food, water, meds, ammo. Tell your circle, the old system dies so the new republic rises. Nasar Jasar isn't coming, it's here, activating. Trust the plan, God wins. The next 4 days decide everything. Stay frosty, stay united, stay loud. Where we go, one we go all. Dark to light, boom, week incoming. Monday, January 26th. Full alert. Trump convenes emergency White House meeting after QFS attack. The final stage has begun. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. On January 26, 2026, something massive unfolded inside the White House. With no press coverage, no leaks, and no delay. In the early morning hours, President Donald J. Trump called an emergency classified meeting deep beneath Washington. The reason? A direct cyber attack on the quantum financial system and NESARA payout protocols. A final act of sabotage from a collapsing global elite. The attack wasn't random. It was an elite operation targeting financial routing channels tied to Tier 2 NESARA accounts. The funds were being redirected through offshore blind trusts, masked as green energy investments. But the real cover was deception, designed using ESG frameworks and backdoor access that only IMF insiders and central banking cartels could deploy. It was an inside job. Trump responded without hesitation. He locked down Washington airspace, activated military protocols, summoned the most powerful military intelligence and treasury figures into a secure skiff beneath the White House. Phones were shut off, hard lines only. Documents were hand-delivered in sealed black folders, marked red. The operation was codenamed Final Ledger. This wasn't just a crisis response, it was a green light. Trump had waited for this trigger. Inside that war room, a decision was made. The system goes live with or without the deep state's approval. Orders were issued to bypass all remaining SWIFT infrastructure. Finalize the full public launch of NESARA Tier 1 redemptions by February 6. Simultaneously, arrest authorizations were signed, targeting high-level media executives, central bankers, and digital finance operators behind the sabotage. Intelligence teams across Belgium, Germany, and Australia were quietly activated to take down Rothschild-linked satellite uplinks and recover the final layers of the black gold chain. This wasn't an isolated attack. In recent days, the European Central Bank quietly withdrew nearly $300 billion in gold reserves. The IMF attempted to merge a Green Fund 2.0 into the QFS. BlackRock's CEO held secret meetings in Strasbourg, and shell corporations tied to Fusion GPS vanished overnight. January 26 was the final push, and it failed. Monday, January 26th, summary emergency reset, Patriots in control. Big arrest incoming now, Sarge on Telegram. The Whiteheads have flipped the switch and the deep state is being taken down in real time. Big arrests are rolling out across the board. High-level traders vanishing from their mansions. Private jets grounded, underground bunkers breached. Military tribunals in full swing. No more delays. No more games. Gitmo is overflowing, overflow sites activated, and the worst offenders, the cabal's top puppets, are facing swift final justice. The emergency broadcast system prepped and ready. Sarge confirms the reset trigger has been pulled, old fiat system imploding under its own corruption, hyperinflation engineered to bury the central bank criminals forever, quantum financial system is live in secure zones. Gold asset-backed currencies waiting to flood Patriots accounts. NESARA DESARA activation, phase 1 complete. Debt wiped, taxes abolished, prosperity funds about to hit. Your old bank accounts? Toast. But white hat protected wallets are exploding with wealth. The biggest wealth transfer in history is here. Patriots in absolute control. U.S. military loyalists, Space Force orbital lockdown, Global Alliance forces coordinating the final purge, DUMBs cleared, child rescue ops hitting record numbers, adrenochrome factories destroyed, the evil they've hidden for decades is being exposed. Hollywood, DC, Big Pharma, Vatican networks all crumbling, fake news anchors defecting, whistleblowers flooding secure channels with proof, mass arrests wave 2 hitting hard, thousands of sealed indictments unsealed overnight, Clinton cartel remnants, Soros operatives, Gates bioweapon pushers, Schwab WEF traitors, all on the list. No escape, no deals, no mercy. International dragnet tightening, fleeing rats intercepted mid-flight. The storm is here, full force. QAnons, this is your victory lap. Sarge's emergency drop is the green light. Patriots in total control, cabal panicking and collapsing. Trust the plan, executing flawlessly. Nothing can stop what's coming. The Great Awakening explodes into full view, dark to light, corruption crushed, justice served hot. 2026 is the year they end. God wins. Nothing can stop what is coming. Hold the line. Stay vigilant. Locked and loaded. Exposures will drop like nukes in the coming hours and days. Red pills for the normies everywhere. We are the storm. We are winning bigly. Prepare for total triumph. It's happening now, Patriots.
I don't think.
What we think we know as of Wednesday, January 28th, 2026. Tuesday, January 27th, huge news. Trump just confirmed 0% income tax is coming. The money we're taking in is so enormous you won't even have income tax to pay. New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Houston, Nashville, New Orleans, Charlotte, San Francisco, Detroit, Seattle, Atlanta, Las Vegas, Baltimore, Boston, Miami. 17 cities, one event. Tuesday, January 27th, 2026, FBI Director Kash Patel claims Chicago has around 110,000 active gang members, which he says is close to 5% of the city's population. Wow. Tuesday, January 27th, Kash Patel just dripped this bombshell on the massive wins under President Trump. Collectively, 6 of the top 10 most wanted fugitives who have been on the run for 50 years were apprehended under the Trump administration. Tuesday, January 27th, not only did Barack Hussein Obama falsify intelligence by directing the creation of an intelligence assessment that he knew was false, but he also conspired with foreign powers, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4, to overthrow the United States government in 2016. Tuesday, January 27, 2026, at least 2 Democrat Minnesota state officials and a campaign advisor to Tim Walz, Amanda Cooler, have been identified as admins and dispatchers in a now leaked Signal group chat used to stalk and impede federal immigration operations in the state. Cue the storm on Telegram. Tuesday, January 27th, powerful radiation from smartphones. When you use a smartphone, electromagnetic radiation pulsates through your body. It's scary to think about the long-term consequences. The X-Files on Telegram. Tuesday, January 27th, Clinton's, Hillary's emails, and the Wiener laptop. The Wiener laptop contained enough information on the Clintons and numerous other high-level elites that if it were ever released, the entire government would fall. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Tuesday, January 27, 2026, just recovered the last hostage body in Gaza, thus got back all 20 of the living hostages and all of the dead. Amazing job. Most thought of it as an impossible thing to do. Congratulations to my great team of champions, President Donald J. Trump. Tuesday, January 27th, breaking. Clinton caught selling U.S. green cards to China. $140 million in CCP cash funneled through EB-5 visa fraud. Hundreds of spies planted, and Trump is now shutting it all down. Gazette Teller. Tuesday, January 27th, Democrat Representative Alexandria Cortez just laid out the party's strategy going forward on tape. The lesson that they're learning is that Democrats are weak, and the next time we just need to hurt working people and working Americans more to get them to fold. Where we go one, we go all. Minnesota crisis. Monday, January 26th. Breaking. Rioters are now destroying the hotel they believe ICE agents are staying at in Minnesota. No evidence suggests there are actually agents staying there. Local PD once again allowing it to happen. You're a disgrace, Tim Walz. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Tuesday, January 27th, Islam has conquered Minnesota. Tuesday, January 27th, President Trump has agreed to remove Customs and Border Protection agents in Minnesota to support ICE operations, but only if Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey agree to the following. Walls and Frey must turn over all criminal illegals currently in their custody, along with any illegal with active warrants or known criminal histories for immediate deportation. 2. State and local police must agree to turn over all illegals arrested by police to the federal government. And 3. Local police must assist in apprehending illegals wanted for crimes, especially violent ones. Now that sounds very reasonable. Following the law is all he's asking them to do. And guess what? I'm sure that they're not going to do that. Guru Intel and Predictions. Wednesday, January 21st, 2026. Spaceports, biodomes, and the coming storm. Miyoko Sano with 107. 107 just went deep with Miyoko Sano, and what he revealed will blow your mind if you're paying attention. We're talking hidden spaceports already operational, massive biodomes underground and off-world prepped for the elite, while they plan to leave the rest of us in the dust. This isn't sci-fi, this is the plan the deep state has been building for decades, and Trump's Space Force is the only thing standing in their way. Juan lays it out straight. These spaceports aren't just launch sites. They are portals connected to black budget programs that go back to the 1950s, secret bases in Antarctica, under the oceans, and right here in the continental U.S. Biodomes, think self-sustaining cities for the cabal's chosen ones when they trigger the next event, or total grid collapse to force the Great Reset. They are stockpiling food, tech, and even clothing facilities inside these things. Juan hints the White Hats have mapped them all, and military tribunals are already prepped for the traitors running the show. He ties it right back to Q-drops. Remember the posts about underground tunnels, domes getting cleared out? That's happening now. Space Force isn't just satellites. It's the front line against the Luciferian agenda trying to escape Earth's judgment. Trump knew. That's why they tried everything to stop him. But 2026 is the year for the mask fully drops. Juan says we're seeing the final push, financial crashing coming to cover their tracks, fiat dollar dying, Nasara Jasara activations whispered in the shadows. The deep state wants you distracted with fake news, but the plan is in motion. White Hats control the high ground, literally in orbit and below ground. Mass arrests are closer than ever. Tribunals are live. Executions already rolling for the worst offenders. Juan drops that some of these biodomes are being repurposed by the good guys, turned into freedom zones when the storm hits. Anons, this is it. The Great Awakening accelerates. Stay vigilant, stock up, trust the plan. Where we go one, we go all. The storm isn't coming, it's here. And spaceports and biodomes prove the enemy is desperate. Trump wins, humanity wins. Drop your deltas below if you're seeing the sign. Tuesday, January 27th, breaking. The storm is here. Tribunals are live and coming public. It's the final countdown to military tribunals, mass arrests, and the total takedown of the deep state cabal. The White Hats are moving in for the kill. Nothing can stop what's coming next. Juan O'Savin, Carrie Cassidy, David Nino Rodriguez. Juan laid it out crystal clear. We're heading straight to the tribunals. The evidence against the traitors is mountain high. Bioweapon releases, financial treason via the fake Fed system. Military courts are already processing the biggest names. Think Soros puppets, big pharma killers, corrupt judges, and those fake news anchors who covered it all up. Gitmo is expanding fast. Flights in the night are real and the black vans are rolling. No more delays. The plan was always to expose them in military fashion when the time was right. And that time is now. Key intel drops that will fire you up. Trump's shadow command never stopped. The real president has been directing from behind the scenes, letting the enemies dig their own graves deeper. Now the trap springs shut. Nasara Jasara activation phase is locked in. QFS fully online. The cabal's stolen trillions are being clawed back to we the people. Your future payouts closer than ever. Alien disclosure twist. Juan hinted the price we pay for full reveal includes exposing the Luciferian deals the elites made with off-world entities, but white hats control the narrative now. No more fake invasions to scare us into submission. Disclosure comes on our terms with proof of their satanic pacts. Mass awakening trigger. Emergency broadcasting coming soon. When the tribunals go public, the normies will finally see the truth they have been shielded from. Riots, chaos, bring it, military's ready, and patriots are armed and awake. Predictions hitting hard, expect major suicides, sudden plane crashes of key cabal players, and sealed indictments unsealing in waves. The storm isn't approaching, it's raging, full force. Tuesday, January 27th, Chemtrails, Shadow of Ezra on Telegram. American in Southern Oregon shows how badly they are spraying our skies. There are 9 western states with active cloud seeding programs, and Oregon was just added to the list. Here's a breakdown of western states spraying our skies with chemicals right now in some projects. California, Santa Barbara County, Upper American River, and other local utility programs. Colorado, Central Colorado Mountain River Basin, San Juan Mountains, and new ionization warm weather pilots in 2025. Idaho. Idaho's powers extensive programs in Boise, Wood, and Upper Snake River basins. Nevada. Desert Research Institute statewide efforts, funded expansions. Utah, one of the largest. Now the world's biggest remote-controlled ground-based program with 185 plus generators and ongoing Snowscape 2026 research. Wyoming, Upper Colorado River Basin collaborations. New Mexico, various projects. Texas, Western South Texas rainfall enhancement, hail suppression, often included in Western contexts despite being Southern. North Dakota, plains-focused, sometimes grouped with Western programs. Western, southwestern states shown. Towards the end of the video, a plane is actually caught on camera spraying. The U.S. government will shut down in 6 days due to financial crisis. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram, Monday, January 26. SCOTUS ruled on Brunson case and annulled 2020 election, automatically negating all elected government officials. Trump reinstalled as commander-in-chief in a continuity of government with a goal to restore constitutional law. Judy note, the general public was gradually waking up to realize that, number one, Biden and Obama were Satan-worshipping pedos and have been working with the Chinese Communist Party to overthrow America with the help of terrorists, including ISIS, MI6, and Mexican drug cartels. The 2020 election was stolen, as were elections prior and since. The Trump Global Military Alliance had all the evidence to prove this, including Dominion voting machines specially made to turn votes. Several countries and organizations were involved in the crimes, including the National Democratic Committee, Vatican, Venezuela, Germany, the UK, and the Chinese Communist Party. 3. Biden was arrested and tried in a military tribunal, where he was found guilty on several counts, including treason. He was executed prior to being sworn in as U.S. president in a fake ceremony, partially filmed, a week prior on a Hollywood movie set. In January 2021, Biden was given a funeral, not an inauguration. All this was well known in the secret agencies and SSP. Trump was functioning under a continuity of government protocol, never stepped down as U.S. president, and was reinstated as commander-in-chief in a secret ceremony on March 11, 2021. Now, as a result of efforts of Trump and his global military alliance, a constitutional American government, and global gold-backed financial system were locking into place. Thousands of Satan-worshipping cabal traders were being arrested while the legacy fiat banking system collapsed. The new quantum financial system would move silently into place by Sunday, February 1st, 2026, even as the paid-off mainstream media continue to promote their leftist agenda to destroy America under orders of Soros and the Chinese Communist Party. Meanwhile, SCOTUS ruled on the Brunson case, annulling the 2020 election, which then mandated that the U.S. government and Congress automatically dissolve, with Trump reinstated as commander-in-chief in the continuity of government scenario. President Trump has also secretly taken over as the new UN. He created the Board of Peace, brokered all the peace deals worldwide, and was shutting down a massive plus destroying threats to freedom like Iran's nukes, drug and gun-running cartels connected to ISIS in Syria, Yemen, and Nigeria. There was even more to come by Sunday, February 1st, 2026. The U.S. government would be shut down due to a financial crisis, according to FBI Director Kash Patel. The last time they shut down gold and silver jumped to new all-time highs. But if you're holding other assets like stocks, you need to be careful because we're heading into a total data blackout. Silver revalues dramatically. Trillions in hidden vaults support the QFS, and 209 nations embrace independence and free energy. Nisara Jisara was locked and loaded, debt forgiveness hitting bank accounts. The Fed dead, gold-backed currency rolling out, and the Republic restored with military backing. The first exchanges and payouts are imminent as gold-backed currencies activate through secure redemption centers with quantum access cards ensuring fair transfer free from old corrupt banks. Expect total blackout power grids and EBS worldwide. Military forces stand ready to provide needs for those unprepared with sufficient food, water, cash, and other necessities during the shutdown. 7 urgent messages will reach every phone, calling humanity to awaken under martial law as the final battle between good and evil unfolds. This intervention brings no more deception. From the mainstream media, only truth poured out non-stop through 3-hour documentaries, repeating 24/7. The EBS will soon broadcast undeniable proof, tribunals, corruption, stolen 2020 election servers, Epstein Black Book, adrenochrome harvesting ops, underground bases raided, list of celebrity pedophiles, and the cabal's crimes against humanity. Mass arrests continue in the largest military operation in history, sweeping through over 32 nations and targeting the corrupt elite. UN leaders, big pharma killers, Vatican networks, Rothschilds, Hollywood A-listers, DC swamp creatures, notifications for Tier 4B exchange appointments for holders of foreign currency and bonds remain a mystery. Some say on Saturday, January 24th, 2026, notification began for Tier 4B foreign currency and bondholders to set exchange appointments. Secure codes were being sent out region by region in text and emails. By Friday, January 30th, over 95% of Tier 4B holders should have received their notification. Other sources say Tier 4B verified account wallets were activating imminently, and notification for appointments would launch in a late January to early February window. Some sources claim that by Wednesday, February 11th, QFS secured redemption centers would open nationwide for the general public. Another source claimed the window for Tier 4B notification may extend into March 2026, depending on what happened with the rest of the cabal. And still another source said that on Thursday, March 30th, notifications for Tier 4B exchange appointments will go out, with appointments beginning on Friday, May 1st, 2026. Nisara Jisara, QFS on Telegram. SCOTUS rules on Brunson case. 2020 election annulled. Government Congress annulled. Trump reinstated as Commander-in-Chief. Friday, January 23rd, 2026. Dire warning. White Hat's next move. Brunson case, SCOTUS action triggers full election nullification. 2020 Steele reversed equals Congress, government dissolved. Trump reinstated via military authority. 107, Lloyd Brunson. The deep state is on the ropes, cornered, and about to be utterly crushed. No more games. The military alliance is activating the kill shot. It's coming fast. Juan lays it out raw. Lloyd Brunson's Supreme Court cases were never lost. They were strategically held back to expose the entire corrupt system. The 2020 fraud proofs are locked and loaded, ready for public detonation. The White Hats let the fake regime play out so every traitor could be caught red-handed. Now the trap springs shut. Massive military tribunals are ramping up. Special forces deploying nationwide for high-value extractions. Gitmo is expanding, executions accelerating for the worst offenders. Explosive intel from the discussion. Brunson Brothers SCOTUS action triggers full election nullification. 2020 Steele reversed. Illegitimate actors removed. Trump reinstated via military authority. Dire warning to the cabal. Your time is up. Surrender now or face immediate justice. No deals, no mercy for pedo traffickers. White Hat's next move, coordinated nationwide blackouts for EBS activation. 10 days minimum, truth bombs 24/7, exposing everything from adrenochrome farms to foreign election interference. Trump in command. Shadow presidency fully operational. Quantum voting systems online. Nassar funds releasing post-reset. Deep state meltdown. Puppets flipping en masse. High-profile suicide skyrocketing. Borders sealed. Bioweapon labs destroyed. They walked right into the trap. Nothing can stop what is coming. It's unstoppable, patriots. The Great Awakening explodes as normies witness the takedown live. Billions red-pilled in days. Q alignment is perfect. Enjoy the show. The movie climax is here. These people are stupid. Stockpile essentials. Secure your comms. Pray without ceasing. The White Hats are not warning for Anons. This is a do or die time. The White Hats aren't warning for nothing. The storm is unleashing hell on the enemies. Their Luciferian empire crumbles as God's warriors advance. Trump wins. Justice prevails. Freedom restored. Nothing can stop what is coming. Where we go, when we go all. Hold the line tight. Victory is imminent, and it's going to be glorious. The best is exploding right now. Global currency reset. Monday, January 26, 2026. Financial alert from the Oracle of Omaha. Warren Buffett. Governments always destroy their own currency, and the U.S. is no exception. Video. Monday, January 26, just in, Fed is signaling yen intervention. Again, just like 1985, last time this crashed the dollar by nearly 50. 10 days of darkness. Monday, January 26, 2026. The FAA has issued a series of warnings to commercial airlines flying over Central and South America, citing the risks of potential military activities and GPS interference. Trump office on Telegram. Monday, January 26, exposed. America's under attack. Man-made winter storm, HARP, set to paralyze the nation with weather modification. Monday, January 26, bombshell reveal. RFK Jr. exposes the government agency behind America's geoengineering nightmare. We think it's DARPA. Military secrets leaked. Video, AMG News. Monday, January 26, Fox News, California. Gavin Newsom's California gave tens of millions in taxpayer dollars to a contractor to shelter 600 plus homeless people. Turns out he was taking the money for himself. $23 million to be exact. Shocker. What did he spend your money on? A mansion? A $125,000 Land Rover? A vacation home in Greece? Multiple luxury vacations? Designer clothes? Private schools? LA's U.S. Attorney Office says 12 other similar cases are under investigation. Wednesday, January 21st, 2026. President Donald Trump has taken a direct and historic step to dismantle Wall Street's grip over the U.S. housing market. With a newly signed executive order, large institutional investors are now blocking from purchasing single-family homes, cutting off a system that quietly pushed millions of American families out of home ownership, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Yeah, in a socialistic Marxist society, you're not allowed to own anything. So that's just part of their agenda. Monday, January 26th, the UN is now obsolete because Trump is doing their job for them. The UN does not carry out its intended function, so Trump unilaterally took over as the new UN. Trump created the Board of Peace, brokered all the peace deals worldwide, and is shutting down threats to the people of the world, like Iran's nukes, the American cartels, ISIS in Syria, Yemen, Nigeria, etc. Trump is using tariffs and military precision to operate as the UN is supposed to do. Trump is now the new global peacemaker, whether you like it or not. Nothing gets done at the UN, so Trump took matters into his own hands. The Dems were gearing up for a fight over DHS ICE funding, while they are engaged in textbook insurrection. The Dems are caught, and their only hope is to delay and obstruct until November, praying that they can regain control of Congress so they can continue to obstruct Trump's agenda until 2029 and then create a one-party Democrat state. The Dems are about to hold the nation hostage as a means to obstruct, derail justice for their treason. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Monday, January 26, Malik Obama, Barack Obama's stepbrother, dropping docs, proving Barack Obama was born in Nairobi, Kenya, and was thus a fake, an illegitimate president. Monday, January 26, just in, David Hawk from Nick Shirley's fraud video. Keith Ellison, he's not from Minnesota. He's from Detroit. Jacob Frey is not from Minnesota. He's from Virginia. The police chief of Minneapolis is not from Minnesota. He's from New Jersey. His wife's a Muslim cop in New Jersey. The mayor of St. Paul is not from Minnesota. And so it plays into this whole contention that I've made, that this fraud framework was set up by the Democrats. And what I believe they tried to do is, when the Hmong population was brought into Minnesota in the late 70s and early 80s, there was a huge influx of the Hmong. And I think the Democrats thought the Hmong were going to fit the playbook for committing all this fraud. And they didn't. The Hmong said they were honorable people. They're not going to be involved in this. And so they had to find another group. And so they got the Somalis, the pirates, and they fit right into this framework of fraud. Yeah, because they're pirates, they're thieves. And then they just ran with it. Monday, January 26th, judge refuses DOJ request to detain leftist protesters who stormed Minneapolis church. Fraud. Monday, January 26th, Senate hearing. Senator John Kennedy exposes Biden DOE dumping $93 billion in just 76 days, right as Trump won and Biden was exiting. Democrat fraud is real. Monday, January 26th, Neffinger was chairman of the board of directors, a subsidiary of Smartmatic SGO Group, specializing in implementing electronic voting systems. Peter Neffinger was also on Biden's presidential transition team. They literally had it rigged all the way up the chain to the top. These machines were literally designed to steal elections, and Biden was colluding with all of them. Their owner's manual even explained how votes could be changed as simply as dragging and dropping votes. Monday, January 26, Edward Snowden, the WECC website of Wisconsin, confirmed that there is a total of 7.1 million registrants, but the state of Wisconsin only has a total of 4 million adults. The voter roll official number of voters reached 7.13 million and grows almost daily. Out of that 4 million, not everyone even votes. So the question is, what kind of voter fraud is going down in Wisconsin? Guru predictions. Monday, January 26. Urgent emergency. What is about to happen will destroy the deep state. Carrie Cassidy, Jeff Wong. What is about to happen is going to destroy the satanic elite, not the patriots. The White Hats are unleashing hell on the parasites who've enslaved humanity for centuries. Emergency protocols activated. The deep state is in full panic mode because Trump and the military alliance have greenlit the final phase. Expect total blackout scenarios, not just power grids, but the EBS slamming every screen worldwide with irrefutable proof. The stolen 2020 election servers, the full Epstein Black Book, with names that will make your blood boil. Underground bases raided, and the list of celebrity pedophiles longer than you can imagine. Nisar Jasar is locked and loaded. Debt forgiveness hitting bank accounts, the Fed dying its final death, gold-backed currency rolling out, and the Republic restored with military backing. Mass arrests are rolling. Think Hollywood A-listers, DC swamp creatures, big pharma killers, and globalist puppets vanishing overnight. Gitmo is at capacity. Tribunals streaming soon. And the executions? Public and righteous. Kerry warns the next weeks bring engineered chaos. Fake alien invasions, cyber attacks blamed on Russia, China, Iran, bioweapon releases to scare the sheep, all desperate last-ditch efforts to a dying cabal. But the good guys have it all. Quantum tech, Space Force assets, and Trump's unbreakable will. Barron, watching and learning to lead the new era. The spiritual war peaks now. Light versus darkness, and light is winning bigly. Patriots, get ready. Yesterday, food, water, meds, prayer, no fear. The storm isn't coming, it's unleashing fury in 2026. The Great Awakening isn't gentle, it's a wrecking ball to evil. Normies will wake up screaming when the truth floods in. The cabal's destruction is imminent and total. Hold the line, trust Trump, trust the plan. This is the moment we have waited for. Where we go one, we go all, forever. Share this like your freedom depends on it, because it does. The deep state is finished. Victory is here. Let's finish them. Monday, January 26th, Douglas McGregor, it's go time. Military power unleashed, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Colonel Douglas McGregor just dropped the hammer. The storm is here, Patriots. In his latest bombshell update, the retired warrior confirms 2026 is the year the deep state's house of cards collapses. Forget the fake news spin. Multiple fronts are igniting simultaneously, and the White Hats are positioning for total victory. McGregor warns the U.S. military is on high alert, with troops mobilizing across key theaters while the cabal scrambles in panic. Ukraine front is exploding. Russia has shifted to full war mode after failed deep state attempts on Putin. No more special operation. This is existential. NATO's bluff has been called. Europe is broke and leaderless, and the West proxy war is crumbling. McGregor exposes how Trump's real team, not the puppets, is quietly pulling strings to end the madness, but not before massive exposures of bioweapon labs, money laundering, and child trafficking rings tied to Ukraine elites. Middle East powder keg lit. Iran war drums beating louder. McGregor predicts imminent strikes that will drag the Khazarian-controlled regime into open conflict. Israel's moves are backfiring, forcing the deep state to overplay their hand. Secret alliances between White Hat military and key global players are neutralizing threats behind the scenes. Latin America heating up fast. 16,000 U.S. troops staged and ready. McGregor calls out the Venezuela operation as a desperate distraction, but whispers from insiders say it's cover for bigger moves against cartel deep state networks flooding the border with chaos. Maduro's days are numbered, and when he falls, the southern border truth bomb detonates worldwide. America's empire is dying, but rebirth is coming. McGregor lays it bare. Economic collapse engineered by the Fed is forcing a reset. Gold-backed system waiting in the wings, military tribunals expanding, high-profile arrests incoming for the traitors who sold out America. Gates, Soros puppets, big pharma criminals. They're all on borrowed time. QAnons, this is the moment. It's go time. The plan is executing at lightning speed. Trust the plan has never rung truer. The storm is upon them, and nothing can stop what is coming. White Hats in full control. Space Force assets activated. Quantum tech online. 2026 ends the cabal forever. Dark to light. Corruption purged. Justice served. Patriots stay locked and loaded. Exposures will hit like thunder in the next days and weeks. The Great Awakening accelerates. Prepare for victory because we are winning bigly. Nothing can stop what is coming. God wins. Friday, January 16th, bomb threat on Air Force One. The deep state is getting desperate again. Patriots. On Friday, January 16th, President Trump's Air Force One hit with a chilling bomb threat mid-flight. A blatant assassination attempt by the cabal that's terrified of what our commander-in-chief is unleashing next. Caroline Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. According to a high-level Secret Service source speaking directly to Real Raw News, an anonymous caller contacted authorities claiming a powerful explosive device had been planted aboard the presidential aircraft. The threat came in as Air Force One was en route, forcing immediate emergency protocols. Secret Service agents on board rushed to alert POTUS and the flight crew. No panic, just swift professional action because the guys know who's really in control. Trump remained calm and unshaken as always. He directed the pilots to maintain course initially while the situation was assessed, showing once more why he's unbreakable leader we need. The plane's elite security detail swung into action, coordinating with ground teams and military assets to evaluate the credibility of the call. They weren't taking any chances. The safety of President Trump and everyone aboard is priority one. After an exhaustive search from nose to tail, sweeping every compartment, cargo hold, and even the presidential suite, with the most advanced detection gear, no bomb was found, zero, nada. The Secret Service officially ruled it as a false alarm, but we all know better. This wasn't some prank. This was a calculated move by deep state operatives, likely tied to the same shadowy forces behind the endless lawfare, fake news smears, and failed coups against Trump. Our source confirmed the threat was taken extremely seriously because the caller provided special details about the aircraft's configuration and flight path that only insiders would know. We're talking classified information leaked from within government holdouts, still loyal to the old regime. The cabal thought they could scare Trump off his mission or worse, take him out, but once again they failed miserably. President Trump is safe, stronger than ever, and more determined to drain the swamp. This pathetic attempt only proves how close we are to victory. The deep state is panicking, lashing out because their house of cards is collapsing. Gizmo is filling up. Tribunals are ramping up, and the White Hats are winning bigly. The caller? Still at large for now, but rest assured military intelligence is hunting them down. When they are caught, and they will be, expect another public hanging or worse. No mercy for traitors who target our president. Anon, stay vigilant. The storm is here, and it's hitting the enemy hard. Where we go one, we go all. The best is yet to come. And Trump is leading us straight through the fire, untouched. This is why they fear him. This is why we fight. Nothing can stop what is coming. Thursday, January 22nd, CIA agent confesses. Mossad runs the music industry and assassinated Michael Jackson. Deep State Purge exposed in 2026. CIA agent John Homeston Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Patriots, the truth bombs are detonating louder than ever. The deep state Zionist cabal is crumbling under the weight of their own sins. A retired CIA agent, John Homeston, just spilled the beans on global airwaves, confessing that the CIA and Mossad have been pulling the strings in the music industry since the 1980s as a massive psyop to brainwash our youth, divide the nation, and crush American values. This isn't just influence, it's total domination, turning beats into weapons of mass deception. Homeston dropped the hammer. The agency funneled big money, serious money into hip-hop icons like NWA, Dr. Dre, Public Enemy, and Run DMC to pump out nihilistic anti-American anthems that glamorized drugs, fueled skepticism against authority, and sowed chaos in our communities. It's Frankenstein's monster unleashed on stage, corrupting generations while the elite laughed from the shadows. And get this, tracks from NWA were ghostwritten by CIA propagandists and psychologists to maximize the mind control. Side note, Just more evidence. The CIA does not work for the American people. They are the enemy. But the real shocker, Mossad's iron grip on the whole industry, led by assets like Liar Cohen and the tall Israeli spook, who signed legends including Slick Rick, Will Smith, Eric B., and Rakim, De La Soul, Ludacris, A Tribe Called Quest, Jay-Z, Kanye West, Migos, and Young Thug. Some are unwitting tools, others full-blown operatives pushing the cabal's agenda to keep us numb, confused, and enslaved. The Zionist mafia at Sony and beyond floods streets with crack, rigs the charts, and silences dissidents. And when stars wake up and fight back, they get eliminated. Homestein confirms the CIA-Mossad alliance assassinated Michael Jackson, Prince, Tom Petty because they dared to expose the beast. Prince called out chemtrails, social engineering, and slave contracts, too dangerous for the New World Order. Michael Jackson infuriated the elites by penning Don't Cry Palestine and blasting their crimes. His final warnings were buried, but we know the truth. It's the deep state in bed with Mossad, purging anyone who could ignite the masses. These were not accidents. They were hits to gatekeep the culture, fearing that these icons could turn us into awakened warriors, dismantling their empire. But the tide's turning hard in 2026, with Trump's coalition exposing the rot, white hats raiding their lairs, and the QFS reset starving their slush funds. The cabal's music machine is grinding to a halt. Mass arrests are incoming for these soul sellers. Cohen, Soros, the whole Zionist network. Gitmo awaits. Patriots, this confession is the spark that ignites the final purge. The deep state's playlist of lies ends now. Our anthem of freedom rises. They have controlled the beats too long. But we are dropping the mic on their tyranny. The storm's peaking. Every exposed thread unravels their web. God's justice falls on the wicked. The righteous reclaim the stage. Stay vigilant, stay fierce, pray fierce. Hold the line. The golden age blasts through their silence. Trust the plan. The Zionist cabal trembles as patriots roar. Where we go one, we go all. Victory echoes eternal. Deep state doomed. Monday, January 26. The Dems are already gearing up for a fight over DHS ICE funding while they are engaged in textbook insurrection. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. At some point, nuking the filibuster will be the only option. The Dems are about to hold the nation hostage as a means to obstruct, derail justice for their treason. The Dems are caught, and their only hope is to delay and obstruct until November, praying that they can regain control of Congress so they can continue to obstruct Trump's agenda until 2029 and then create a one-party Democrat state. All of this can be avoided by just simply ending the zombie filibuster, passing the SAVE Act, and funding for ICE DHS without a single Democrat vote needed. Not only is this the right thing to do, it would be irresponsible to not do it. The Dems are trying to destroy this nation from within. They cannot be negotiated with. They must be destroyed. This stopped being about politics long ago. This is a war. It's time everyone started acting like it. Friday, January 23rd, Benjamin Fulford, Days of Darkness. They were all executed at Gitmo. Patriots, the hammer has dropped. Biblical justice is served. Benjamin Fulford just unleashed the mother of all intel bombs on January 23rd. The top cabal scum have been executed at Gitmo. Days of Darkness, that's the cover for their final purge. While normies think it's just a blackout, the White Hats are eradicating the satanic elite in military tribunals. No mercy, no appeals, straight to the gallows or firing squads. The deep state hierarchy is gone, wiped clean. Fulford confirms the storm phase is peaking. High-level traitors. Think Rothschild remnants, Rockefeller heirs, Fauci's handlers, Vatican black nobility, Hollywood pedo kings, and big pharma poison pushers. All rounded up, tried, and terminated. Gitmo is at capacity, no more. Mass executions completed under cover of the Days of Darkness activation. Power grids flickered as Starlink took over secure comms. Banks frozen to stop their escape funds. Media silence so truth could beam direct via emergency broadcasts. Explosive details straight from the report. 10 Days of Darkness kicked off, calms down, internet crashes, but it's theater to install quantum secure networks and drop undeniable evidence packets worldwide. Tribunal sealed the fate. Irrefutable proof of child trafficking, adrenochrome harvesting, election rigging, all presented, all guilty, all eliminated. Trump's military alliance oversaw everything. Special forces extracted them from bunkers in Switzerland, New Zealand, underground Denver, Epstein Island tunnels. No one escaped. Nassar funds unlocked post-executions. Prosperity payments queued. Debt slavery ended. Gold-backed currency live. Fake leaders exposed. Body doubles and CGI puppets discarded. Real monsters gone forever. Q drops sinking perfectly. The end of the world as you know it. Yes, for the cabal. Justice incoming. Delivered. Dark to light. Darkness was their funeral shroud. The Great Awakening hits fever pitch. Dead and buried. Or incinerated. Anons, this is a victory day. No more waiting for arrests. The worst are already gone. The remaining puppets are panicking, flipping, or suiciding out. Trump's return is next level imminent. The reveal will shatter the illusion forever. Stock up, pray up, stay locked and loaded. The devil's servants are toast. Their Luciferian empire ashes. Nothing can stop what is coming because it's already done. God wins big. The storm did not come, it conquered. Where we go one, we go all. Celebrate, patriots, the best damn timeline is here. SCOTUS rules on Brunson Brothers case. Full 2020 election nullification equals Congress dissolved. Trump reinstated via military authority. Judy note, right now the highest level deep state criminals, politicians, bankers, Hollywood monsters, Vatican insiders, globalist puppets, were being arrested and flown to Gitmo for military tribunals. 107, aka JFK Jr. The mass arrest resulted from Trump's global military alliance carrying out a centuries-old plan to save America. These political and global elites of the deep state had been closely connected to the largest financial illusion in modern history. This MKUltra program of illegal human experimentation centered on torturing the developing brains of children beginning before birth to around age 6, continuing throughout their lives, utilized 149 sub-projects and 33 related programs done in 80 U.S. and Canadian institutions, including 44 colleges and universities. In 1964, CIA Director Richard Helms claimed he shut down the program. Survivor respondents to the 2007 Extreme Abuse Survey disagreed. There were 257 who said secret government-sponsored mind-control experiments were performed on them as children. Many were born after 1964. For more information, see #A. The deep state, political, and global elite criminals also controlled the largest financial illusion in modern history. Behind that hypnotic screen of national debt lies a hidden ledger. $169 trillion in extracted wealth, covertly funneled out of the nation's bloodstream and into the vaults of private entities that treat citizens not as participants in a republic, but as units of capital on a balance sheet. This wealth, if evenly distributed, would amount to $495,000 owed to every American citizen. But instead of reclaiming it, we live under the weight of austerity, told we must tighten our belts for a crisis we never caused. At the heart of Trump's plan to save America was tariffs and the global currency reset, which was replacing the cabal's fiat U.S. dollar with real gold asset-backed currency. Trump's plan was to use tariff revenue collected from foreign countries and redirect those billions into direct $2,000 payments to low-income Americans, middle-income earners, and working families, everyone but the elites. For the first time in recent history, a U.S. president was not asking to borrow or raise taxes. Trump saying the world owes America and I'll make sure they pay you. Breaking update, January 25th, 2026, Trump's $2,000 payout blitz. Everyone but the elites. Real money for real America. Friday, January 23rd, 2026 at 3:17 a.m., the QFS fully replaced the corrupt cabal's SWIFT system with over 209 nations, locking into gold asset-backed currencies under GCR protocols. The cabal's U.S. Federal Reserve dollar has collapsed. Rothschild central banks have been seized, and internal test transfers now flow through secure hubs. Full QFS activation commences Sunday, February 1st, shifting all banking to the quantum grid, ending debt-based fiat forever, and enabling real-time asset-backed settlements. Redemption center appointments and Tier 1 and 2 payouts remain a mystery. Some say on Saturday, January 24th, 2026 notification began for Tier 4B. Foreign currency and bondholders to set exchange appointments. Secure codes were being sent out region by region in text and emails. By Friday, January 30th, over 95% of Tier 4B holders should have received their notification. Other sources say Tier 4B verified account wallets were activating imminently, and notification for appointments would launch in a late January to early February window. Some sources claim that by Wednesday, February 11th, QFS secured redemption centers would open nationwide for the general public. Still, other sources claim the window for Tier 4B notification may extend into March 2026, depending on what happens with the rest of the cabal. Nisara Jasara enforcement ignites sweeping debt forgiveness, mortgages, credit cards, student loans, and all manner of bank debt wiped clean for we the people, as stolen elite wealth returns to humanity. One source claimed this will begin in the U.S. beginning Sunday, February 15th, 2026. Prosperity packages and humanitarian secure facilities. As of Saturday, January 24th, 2026, the Military Commissions Act stands fully activated, with mass arrests of deep state operatives accelerating. 3.7 million high-level traitors were expected to be in custody awaiting military tribunals by Tuesday, January 27th. White hats have stormed key underground military bases, liberating thousands of trafficked children held captive for years. Insiders report that in recent months alone, over 500,000 children have been rescued. The Q clock ended Monday, January 19th, beginning an EBS countdown toward February 4th. Intelligence pointed to a coordinated global trigger, soon ushering in the 10 days of darkness, a necessary period of blackout to safeguard the removal of final cabal remnants, broadcast declassified evidence of their crimes against humanity, and protect the awakening masses during this great transition. President Trump's continuity of government measures remain firmly in place, ensuring the republic endures as constitutional law restores. You were advised to prepare spiritually and practically, stock essentials, and trust in the divine plan. Global currency reset, Sunday, January 25th, the final red pill. You're owed $495,000. They made you believe you were in debt while using you as collateral for a global banking empire, a silent financial coup. It's all a lie. Breaking update, January 25th, Trump's $2,000 payout blitz. Everyone but the elites. Real money for real Americans. Sunday, January 25th, red alert. January 31st, shutdown detonator. Why the next 6 days could freeze the U.S. economy and trigger global. Sunday, January 25th, breaking alert. The Fed to sell U.S. dollars and buy Japanese yen. First intervention of the century imminent. New York signal. Fed rate checks confirm imminent strike. Sunday, January 25th, the hallways are opening. Nisara Jasara connected FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. Confirmed uptime from 6 new nodes. Atlanta, Warsaw, Bangkok, Mexico City, Melbourne, and Toronto on January 24th, 2026. Internal systems are not simulating anymore. They're working on it. You can now see transaction pulses from Tier 4B across all QFS layers. You won't see it on public charts, but it's in the code. Reports are coming in. A person in Arizona opened their wallet and saw that all of their debts were paid off. Their taxes were set to 0, and they got a message that said verified sovereign status locked. A retired teacher in Portugal got access to a project without having to apply. In South Africa, 4 generations of people living in the same house saw their trust wallets automatically linked and funded. This isn't rollout, this is activation while the power is out. What's going to happen in the next few days? January 26, testing of live settlements through humanitarian sub-wallets. January 29th, controlled growth to the first layer of asset-to-asset transfer. Full parity lock on February 1st, the moment the old rails are completely cut. The data speaks louder than the headlines behind the scenes. IMF routing hubs were down for more than 36 hours with no outside statement. The U.S. Treasury is operational but quiet. WHO's financial systems are not connected to the QFS grid. The Vatican note is permanently on the Ledger Sync blacklist. It's a sign that the system is up and running. Everything that was promised is starting to show up, but only for those who are paying attention. Be on the lookout. Keep your identity records clean and your devices up to date. Don't chase the sound. Look at the stillness. That's where the real power is going. Sunday, January 25th, 2026. Banking destroying the Republic. David J. Smith, 344, The Truth About the American Revolution. If you want to remain slaves to the bankers and pay the cost of your own slavery, let them continue to print money and control the nation's credit. Joseph Spurn, past president of the Bank of England, as found in The Federal Reserve and Our Manipulated Money by Martin Lawson, page 10. Sunday, January 25th, emergency reset activated. Trump's executive order of April 2025, number 14287, unleashes the storm. Deep state sanctuary strongholds crumbling now. Q on Telegram. Patriots, hold on tight. The emergency reset is rolling out full force right now in January 2026. Sarge just dropped nuclear-level intel. Trump's Executive Order 14287, protecting American communities from criminal aliens, is the hammer that's smashing the deep state sanctuary networks wide open. Signed back in April 2025, this beast of an order is now in hyperdrive, with the DOJ blasting out lists of traitor jurisdictions that shield criminal illegals, defying federal law, and putting Americans last. White hats are executing the plan perfectly. Sanctuary states, cities, counties, they're all exposed and targeted for funding cuts, legal hammerings, and total compliance or destruction. This isn't just immigration cleanup. It's the trigger for the bigger reset we've been praying for. Their human trafficking pipelines severed, financial slavery system about to flip to the gold standard, quantum-backed freedom money. Nassara Jassara vibes are screaming, debt forgiveness, prosperity packages. The whole thing is loading up behind the scenes. Military tribunals are prepped, Gitmo expansions confirmed, mass arrests of deep state puppets accelerating as we speak. The emergency broadcast system is primed to drop the full truth bomb. Election theft proofs, all of it. 10 days of blackout, coming soon to wake the normies. Calms down, but secure channels up for us digital soldiers. Trump's in command, executing executive order after executive order like a boss. This 14287 is the kill shot to their fake power bases. The deep state is in full panic mode, scrambling, but it's over. Patriots, the reset is here. Wealth transfer to the people, evil erased. America first, restored, bigly. Stock up, stay frosty, pray like warriors. The Great Awakening hits escape velocity. This week, Trump wins, cabal falls, freedom rises. Nothing stops the train. It's biblical. Where we go one, we go all forever. The storm isn't coming, it's already raging. Brace for glory. Friday, January 23rd, the White Hats' final devastating next move. The deep state is on the ropes, cornered and about to be utterly crushed. No more games. The military alliance is activating the kill shot, and it's coming fast. Juan O'Savin and Lloyd Brunson. Juan lays it out raw. Lloyd Brunson's Supreme Court cases were never lost. They were strategically held back to expose the entire corrupt system. The 2020 fraud proofs are locked and loaded, ready for public detonation. The White Hats let the fake regime play out, so every traitor could be caught red-handed. Now the trap springs shut. Massive military tribunals are ramping up. Special forces deploying nationwide for high-value extractions. Gitmo is expanding, executions accelerating for the worst offenders. Explosive intel from the discussion. Brunson Brothers SCOTUS action triggers full election nullification. 2020 steal reversed. Illegitimate actors removed. Trump reinstated via military authority. Sunday, January 25th. Off to the tribunals they go. The cabal's top traitors are being rounded up. Gitmo overflowing. Justice is here, and it's brutal. 107 Michael, Jaco, Sheila Holm on Telegram. The message is crystal. Off to the tribunals they go. The highest level deep state criminal, politicians, bankers, Hollywood monsters, Vatican insiders, globalist puppets are being snatched in the dead of night and shipped straight to Gitmo for military tribunals. No more house arrests, no more ankle monitors, no more slaps on the wrist. Real justice, real chains, real reckoning. Juan lays it out cold. The White Hat military op is in overdrive, executing sealed indictments at lightning speed. Thousands already processed, high-value targets vanishing from public life. One day they're on TV lying, next day they're gone. Michael Jaco confirms the intel flow. Insider leaks from loyal sources show flights landing at Gitmo hourly. New wings built, medical bays prepped for the fallout, and now their time is up. Key fire starters they hammer home. Trump's shadow command never stopped. Executive orders from years back are live, freezing assets, seizing black budgets, triggering asset forfeiture on a scale never seen. Tribunals are active and expanding. Evidence mountains include video proof of rituals, trafficking, logs, bioweapon blueprints, election theft servers, live streams coming soon to shatter the normie world. Cabal in full meltdown, expect wild distractions. Black Swan market crash, fake terror, staged disclosures, but White Hats have countermeasures locked. Nothing derails their plan. Nassar Desara mechanisms firing, stolen quadrillions clawed back, debt wiped, gold standard freedom rolling out behind the curtain while the traitors rot. This isn't speculation, it's confirmed battlefield updates from trusted voices in the fight. The tribunals aren't future, they're happening now. 2026 is the year the masks rip off permanently. Every confession names more names, every raid exposes more networks. Every perp walk brings humanity one step closer to total liberation. The cabal's elite are off to the tribunals, screaming or silent but gone forever. Pray fierce, stay sharp, wake your circle. The Great Awakening explodes into the Great Purge. Trust the plan was always military code for justice is served. The traitors fall, freedom rises, and we're winning bigger, faster, harder than they ever imagined. Sunday, January 26. America's under attack. Man-made winter storm HARP to paralyze America with weather modification. And just a side note, I noticed that they were spraying the skies, and people were saying they were spraying chemtrails in the skies 3 days before this winter storm all over the Southwest, maybe up in the Northeast as well. Sunday, January 26. A major alert. President Trump just received a red folder from his top official Q, moments away from clearing the Iranian airspace. Sunday, January 26, EBS is ready. Trump's military took over the satellites, shut down the old system, and the final alert will hit every phone and TV in America, Gazette teller. Sunday, January 20, Kash Patel announced capture of former Canadian Olympic snowboarder. FBI 10 most wanted fugitive Ryan Wedding in Mexico City. Just to tell you how bad of a guy Ryan Wedding is, he went from an Olympic snowboarder to the largest narco trafficker in modern times. He's a modern-day El Chapo. He is a modern-day Pablo Escobar, and he thought he could evade justice. Sunday, January 26, Israel's joining Trump's Board of Peace wasn't an option. That's the point. Trump made it so everyone who is a member will have to play by his rules. Israel's now officially under Trump's thumb. That is the checkmate. The official explained the rationale behind Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's decision to join the Board of Peace. Israel has an interest in being involved in the decision-making process, especially with Trump leading the way. Not participating was simply not an option, he said. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Sunday, January 26, rioters showed up at the federal building in Minneapolis with a U-Haul truck full of riot shields to block agents from leaving the building. Supplies and resources are now surging into the autonomous leftist rioter zone in Minneapolis, funded by communist dollars and organizers. ICE Senator Kennedy blasts walls over fictitious Somali-run company fraud. Sunday, January 26, breaking. Arrested and in custody. FBI rocks Tim Walz, Republic News Team. Saturday, January 25th, President Trump threatens to impose 100% tariffs on Canada over its trade deal with China. If Governor Carney thinks he's going to make Canada a drop-off port for China to send goods and products into the United States, he's sorely mistaken. China will eat Canada alive, completely devour it, including the destruction of their businesses, social fabric, and general way of life. If Canada makes a deal with China, it will immediately be hit with a 100% tariff against all Canadian goods and products coming into the USA. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Trump Nation USA on Telegram. Friday, January 23rd, Trump humiliates Davos as Walz gets nightmare news.
Good morning. It's the 26th of January 2026, and I've been warning you for a long time now about the collapse of the old banking system. And I've been very clear, I'd rather be 4 or 5 years early than one day late. This week is going to be a huge week in the world of banking, if you're in America, Europe, or the UK, because the banks are now beyond recovery. Silver has gone up by 45% in value in 1 week. And the banks were all shorting silver in the hopes that they could survive. But this morning, it's gone up again. The banks are now 4.5 billion ounces of silver short. That means they've got 4.5 billion ounces of paper silver worth nothing, and they don't have any real silver. This is a major problem for New York, for London, and for Europe, because they have everything on paper, but now people want real silver, and none more so than Canada. They want real silver too, and of course America hasn't got any, so they're buying it from China. That's really upsetting America, because America still has the delusions of grandeur, where they still think they're the superpower. It's a bit like a mafia boss in their 90s in the wheelchair, saying, "I'm still the boss." Those days are over. That ship has sailed. You're going to have to learn that there's now a level playing field. Don't sit there and cry that, oh, China's taking control, Russia's taking control. China and Russia are so far ahead of the US in every aspect of life right now. But you're still going, we're the greatest. You are. It's very easy to tell a country you're the greatest. 80% of you don't have passports. So you've never been anywhere else to see. Those who travel can tell you very, very differently. This is going to be a fascinating week for the banking world. And I would highly recommend that if you've got any money in the bank, you take it out. And if you can buy silver, buy silver or gold. But look after yourself, because your banks and your government will not.
Next up, tensions between Iran and the US are sharply escalating. Washington has sent a major naval force towards the Middle East, and Tehran has warned any attack would trigger an all-out war. However, China isn't rushing to join a fight. Beijing is publicly calling for dialogue and restraint, opposing foreign interference and saying force should be avoided, while signalling support for Iran's stability and sovereignty.
Well, if you look at what's happening in Iran, it's all provoked by Israel.
Allegedly.
Israel is the little bitch that's poking the US and saying attack Iran, because they want control of the Middle East.
Allegedly.
This is the old Zionist movement. They want total control. Iran has problems within it. We know that. The problems within Iran were created by Israel, by Mossad.
Allegedly.
By the CIA. The terrorists in Iran were made by Israel and the US.
Allegedly.
Most of the Iranian people are good people. The bad ones were planted in there by Israel. And they need to be got out. The people of Iran deserve better. The one thing that Iran has is China have their back. Now, China don't get into the kind of war that America likes, which is big mouth war. China is very quiet. They want to talk. They want to find a solution. But I tell you what, you provoke China long enough, they'll bite your head off. I've known the Triads and the Dragon family for over 25 years. They're the nicest people you'll ever meet, till you stand on their toes. America, Europe, the UK, be warned. So be warned about Iran. The troublemakers in Iran were created by America and Israel.
Allegedly.
You might not like to hear that. That's a statement of fact. All of these terrorist cells were created by Israel.
Allegedly.
Because they want control of Iran. But stay focused on the truth, rather than the lies and the bullshit the mainstream media and the government will tell you.
Allegedly.
That's why we're here. We're here to bring you the truth every single day. That was the news on the 26th of January 2026. This week's going to be fun for the banking world. Keep your eyes open. We'll see you tomorrow.
Fraud. Sunday, January 25th, the mastermind behind the $250 million Somali fraud scandal in Minnesota claims that top state officials, including Governor Tim Walz and AG Keith Ellison, knew about the fraud but did nothing to stop it. Sunday, January 25th, Texas AG exposes shocking vaccine bribery, Natural Health 365. Sunday, January 25th, Maria Zack testified about the stolen 2020 election operation connected to Obama when he diverted $400 million from the infamous pallets of cash sent to Iran, funneling through the Dubai embassy to operatives in Italy and Merrill Lynch in Geneva, Switzerland. USA Awakening on Telegram. In return, Italian officials at Leonardo Spa used military satellites to help hack U.S. voting machines, flipping votes from Trump to Biden using CIA-developed tools like Hammer and Scorecard, along with numerous other methods of fraud and manipulation. China reportedly coordinated the whole operation, provided the tech backbone, and bribes to corrupt Americans. The CIA oversaw it. The FBI covered it up, all to install Biden as a puppet. This is the global election fraud cartel and the real threat against American democracy and the rest of the world. Sunday, January 25th, journalist discovers residential home after residential home being used as fake businesses to bring over thousands of foreigners on H-1B visas. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Here's the scam. There is no business. They are creating fake businesses at their home address and posting fake jobs as loopholes to bring over all their family members and friends into America. We've just uncovered a scheme where thousands of foreigners are being brought into this country, imported here, using the laws already on the books, and using phony businesses and these shell companies which sponsor them for visas. Here's the thing, considering all you really need to create a business is an address and some paperwork being filed. It's pretty easy to just set up a business, say from a home address. Then you can just say you have a bunch of jobs that need to be filled there and sponsor a bunch of visas. That way all your buddies can get granted those visas and come on over to America. They're also creating shell companies and importing people by the thousands into America.
With me, obviously I had heard that this was a problem. Obviously I'm seeing, you mentioned Austin, I'm seeing in Dallas, I'm seeing our communities completely shift. I'm seeing the fabric of our communities be completely changed from, I mean, I'm a born and raised native Texan. It doesn't look like Texas anymore. And so I'm seeing it in my own neighborhood. I'm seeing it in the communities around me. I'm seeing it literally right across the street from our studio. It's everywhere. And so I'm like, okay, I have to start looking into this myself. And I was somewhat inspired by Nick Shirley. And so I started looking into this, and all the information is public. It is public on purpose, intentionally, so that this type of fraud doesn't happen. But Americans have been asleep at the wheel for so long, nobody's thought to look into it. So I start looking on some of these data aggregators that list all of these H-1B applications. So these are businesses that are applying for an H-1B job. And I'm looking through the job postings, and I'm like, why is Dallas Independent School District asking for 36 pages of H-1B visas for elementary school teachers, for middle school math teachers? Why is that a thing that's happening for bilingual elementary school teachers? And then it dawned on me, oh, hold on. The H-1Bs are coming into this country. They're bringing their families. And then we need more H-1Bs to come into this country to teach their children how to learn English. It's a total scam. And then I started peeling back some more layers of the onion, and I started looking at, say, Texas A&M. I found an athletic trainer position, an H-1B application for Texas A&M to have an athletic trainer. You're telling me that we just can't fill the job. An American can't fill the job of athletic trainer. We don't have any American who can fill the job of middle school math teacher. I mean, it has become beyond absurd. Alex, we set up a tip line or an email address for people to send in tips for more so that we can keep exposing this. And you would not believe the thing that shocked me the most, that I never really thought about. I get it now, but I never really thought about, is that we have so many people from India. Oh, there it is right there. You can see Louisville, Texas. It's like, guys, these are the high-tech people who can't even build a basic website. And so we have all of these emails flooding in, and people from India are very upset about this, actually. That was the thing I wasn't expecting. I understand that there are American workers who are very upset about this because, I mean, I just had a guy who emailed me literally right before I joined you, and the subject of the email was H-1B ruined my life. There are Americans who have this specialized skill set, and they cannot get hired in the industry. I'm getting emails
because
from Americans
they put the key Indians, and you know why India's mad? Breitbart did an article on it earlier last year. It's one little tribe that got in 50 years ago that controls. They only let them in. So people don't know how much competition the Indians are with each other. The Indians get this is the same group screwed them.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's total discrimination that's happening. And that's the emails that I'm getting is it just takes one Indian in a position in management and they will never hire a white person again. They only go back to their friends in India. They ship them all here and they give them all of these, jobs that don't actually exist most of the time. So it's not just the American workers that are feeling completely displaced and end up unemployed with no ability to provide for their families because of the Indian scam, but also you have people in India that, like I was saying, that I did think about it, that they are upset because they're sending me emails and they're saying they're taking advantage of these people who are very vulnerable and they feel desperate. And so they go there, they call them body shops. I'm sure you know this, Alex. They call these quote consulting firms that we believe are just shell companies and scams. They call them body shops because that's literally what they're doing. They're trafficking these people here. And in a lot of cases, it's not necessarily their friends, but it's just people who are going to pay them a portion of their salary. And it's this weird human trafficking situation.
That came out in Ohio with this undercover thing on the judges, $50,000 per illegal that they give the refugee status to. And they're the Democrats saying, no, you understand, we take all their money. And then they just warehouse them and make them get a job. So this is modern slavery.
Sunday, January 25th, the global election fraud cartel and how U.S. taxpayer dollars, AWEB, and USAID fuel and manage a global web of election fraud with lies, manipulation, and election equipment technology. Edward Snowden on Telegram. In a world where democracy is hailed as the ultimate beacon of freedom, a shadowy alliance of international organizations and tech firms is accused of turning ballots into battlegrounds. High quality link to documents and video at bottom of post. The center of this storm, the Association of World Election Bodies, AWEB, a South Korean-led entity bankrolled by American taxpayers through the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, alongside controversial players like Miru Systems, Smartmatic, and Dominion Voting Systems. What started as a noble quest to export democracy to developing nations has devolved into a whirlwind of fraud allegations. Buckle up, this isn't just about rigged votes. It's about your hard-earned dollars propping up a system that critics say is eroding trust in elections worldwide, including right here in the U.S. and over 100 plus countries worldwide. The birth of AWEB, a Korean export with American funding, founded in 2013 under the auspices of South Korea's National Election Commission. AWEB bills itself as the world's largest network for sharing election know-how. With over 100 member countries, it promotes best practices through training, tech exports, and free central servers for electronic voting systems. Sounds altruistic? AWEB's operations are fully funded by the NEC, which in turn receives U.S. support via USAID. In 2014, and other U.S.-backed groups like the International Foundation for Electoral Systems, Democracy International, the National Democratic Institute, and the International Republican Institute. These facts focus on capacity building, election law reforms, and tech dissemination in emerging democracies, all subsidized by American foreign aid, which totals billions annually. But here's the catch. Critics allege AWEB just isn't sharing expertise, it's exporting vulnerability. Using official development assistance funds, AWEB has installed central servers and facilitated electronic voting machine deals in nations like Fiji, Argentina, El Salvador, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Ecuador, Romania, Dominica, Kyrgyzstan, Iraq, Bolivia, South Africa, and Belarus. In nearly every case, scandals erupted. AWEB's first Secretary General Kim Yong-hee faced a 2018 probe by South Korean prosecutors over cash bribes from Miru Systems, a key supplier, though cleared the NEC/AWEB's budget amid the fallout, highlighting a rift fueled by President's persistent suspicions of collusion. USAID's role? As a major funder of global democracy programs, it pours taxpayer money into these initiatives under the guise of advancing free and fair elections. Yet recent scrutiny reveals USAID's broader controversies, from accusations of interfering in foreign politics to brainwashing recipients through aid strings. Critics like the Global Times argue it's a tool for U.S. hegemony. In Trump's second term, cuts to USAID have sparked debates about militarizing aid or withdrawing from international bodies, but the election tech pipeline persists. Miru Systems, the cheating machines at the head of global chaos. Enter Miru Systems, a South Korean firm with a mere handful of years in the game, yet it's become AWEB's go-to for electronic voting tech, the global election fraud cartel, and how U.S. taxpayer dollars, AWEB, and USAID fuel and manage a global web of election fraud with lies, manipulation, and election equipment technology. Sunday, January 25th, the Greenland Theory, Alchemy, Freemasons, Symbolism, and the True Rulers of the World exposed. The North Pole hoax is collapsing. Cabal's hidden empire crumbling in 2026. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Anons, buckle up. This drops the mother of all red pills. The Greenland Theory shatters everything you've been fed about world maps, history, and power. The North Pole doesn't exist as they claim. It's a massive cover-up of by the Zionist New World Order, Cabal, that's headquartered there in secret for over 700 years since the 1300s reset. They redrew maps, slapped fake ice caps and uninhabitable labels over vast fertile lands, rivers, and hidden cities to conceal their satanic stronghold. Expeditions? suppressed or murdered. Propaganda machine in overdrive to keep you believing it's just frozen wasteland. This ties straight into alchemy, the Cabal's occult science of turning base metals to gold, but really code for soul harvesting. Freemason symbolism everywhere. The compass and square, all-seeing eye, obelisks, Washington, D.C. layout, city grids worldwide, all pointing to their hidden polar empire. Rothschilds, Vatican, Jesuits, black nobility bloodlines. They're the visible puppets, but the real rulers operate from this concealed northern realm, pulling strings on wars, finance, media, and child trafficking networks. Key bombshells firing up the truth warriors. Maps lie, Greenland isn't tiny, it's the tip of a massive hidden continent, scrubbed from history books after the last great reset. Freemasonic architecture and flags encode the polar deception. Stars, crosses, eagles all symbolize their Arctic throne. Alchemy isn't myth, it's their tech for immortality and wealth extraction, funded by stolen trillions and adrenochrome empires. The New World Order isn't future. It's been running from the North Pole, shadows since medieval times, orchestrating every major war. But Patriots, 2026 is the year it all implodes. White hats raiding domes tied to polar gateways, Space Force exposing fake satellite feeds, military alliances, flipping the script on these interdimensional overlords. Trump's plan includes full disclosure of the Greenland hoax. Maps restored, stolen lands reclaimed, Cabal assets seized for Nasara Dasara, gold-backed reset. High-level Freemason defectors singing, naming the hidden rulers. Expect desperate false flags. Polar climate psyops, staged invasions, but nothing stops this. Q-drops hinted at it. Symbolism will be their downfall. The Greenland theory is the keystone. Crack it and the entire matrix falls. The hidden empire is exposed. The rulers are cornered. Tribunals await. This isn't conspiracy. It's the final battle for humanity's soul. Share this like wildfire. Wake your brothers and sisters. The North Pole veil is tearing. The Cabal's alchemy fails. Freemason symbols burn in the light of truth. Where we go one, we go all. We're storming their Arctic fortress to total victory. Pray, fierce, hold the line. The great reckoning is biblical and unstoppable. Trump leads, freedom reigns, eternal. Sunday, January 25th, one of the most significant moments from the Trump Davos speech was when he said the quiet part out loud. You cannot lower housing costs for young people without destroying millions in wealth for boomers. Every time you make it more affordable for somebody to own a house cheaply, you're actually hurting the value of those houses. I don't want to do anything to hurt the value of their house. If I wanted to crush the housing market, I could do that so fast that people could buy houses, but you would destroy people who already have houses. Our politicians are sacrificing people in their 20s and 30s for the prosperity of boomers. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Trump Global Military Alliance Sting Operation activates gold asset-backed global financial system. Sunday, February 1st, 2026. America returns to constitutional common law. July 4th, 2026, on 250th birthday of the Republic. We have a quote from Abraham Lincoln. America will never be destroyed from the outside. If we falter and lose our freedoms, it will be because we destroyed ourselves. Judy, note, Trump's global military alliance was well into conquering the Satan worshiper pedophiles who have ruled our world for centuries. Trump's executive orders remained in force. Executive Order 13848 on foreign interference in elections. The National Emergencies Act, powers locked in, and continuity of government directives under PPD-40 kept Donald J. Trump as the legitimate commander-in-chief. From the beginning, in 2016, it has been a military sting, a controlled op to expose every traitor. By July 4th, 2026, the 250th birthday of the Republic will see restoration to the original Constitution with constitutional common law. Massive celebrations, and the dawn of the Golden Age. The restoration actually began to manifest in late December 2025 when Trump silently activated NESARA over the holidays while the world slept. By Monday, January 19, 2026, the Q clock had ended and an EBS alert countdown began to Wednesday, February 4th, 2026. The next day, on Tuesday, January 20th, in a military command briefing at Cheyenne Mountain, President Trump activated the quantum financial system, transitioned to gold-backed currency. At that same time, internal test transfers began running through Zurich, Dubai, Singapore, and Texas. The cabal's banks and SWIFT systems started to phase out in a protocol created to migrate value without collapsing civil structures. On Friday, January 23rd, 2026, at 3:17 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the quantum financial system having completed those final stress tests and the QFS being fully integrated, replaced the corrupt fiat SWIFT system with gold asset-backed currencies under GCR protocols. It was then that the BRICS nations, led by Trump's secret alliance with Putin and Xi, locked in over 209 countries to gold-backed currencies. On that same Friday, January 23rd, 2026, the cabal's SWIFT system was pulled offline forever. The Rothschild central banks were seized, and the cabal's Federal Reserve dollar officially collapsed. On Sunday, February 1st, 2026, full activation of the QFS would commence. From that date forward, banking infrastructure shifted to the QFS grid. Legacy bank clearing houses lose final authority. Debt-based currency enters end stage, wind down. Real assets reclaim primacy. Redemption center appointments and Tier 1 and 2 payouts were poised to begin, with trusted sources now aligning on a launch window opening late January into early February 2026. NESARA GCR implementation would bring sweeping debt forgiveness. Mortgages, credit cards, student loans, and more debt wiped clean for the we the people as part of the global wealth transfer from the elite to humanity. Prosperity packages and humanitarian funds were queued for distribution, empowering individuals and communities to rebuild with abundance as stolen wealth was returned to its rightful stewards. Major banking grids will begin quiet shutdown procedures as transactions reroute through the QFS network. The Federal Reserve, IMF, and SWIFT systems will freeze cross-border operations while asset-backed settlements activate in real time. Governments will start recalibrating national ledgers to gold-based reserves. Key nations, the U.S., Netherlands, India, Brazil, and Japan, are confirmed for first wave integration. Encrypted broadcasts will announce the new digital to physical conversion standard. Expect market volatility, temporary outages, and data synchronization delays. This is the crossover point. Possible timing. On Monday, January 19th, the Q clock ended. The EBS alert countdown began. To Wednesday, February 4th, the deep state Rothschild banking empire was going down. Banks closing, blackout confirmed. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. Starting Monday, 19th of January and going through Saturday, January 24th, 2026, a 6-day rollout began for the Tier 4B to set redemption center appointments to exchange foreign currency and redeem bonds. Thursday, January 22nd, the biggest snowstorm is coming in 72 hours. Friday, January 23rd at 3:17 a.m., the BRICS nations, led by Trump's secret alliance with Putin and Xi, just pulled the trigger. Over 209 countries locked into gold-backed currencies. The cabal's SWIFT system was offline forever, and the Rothschild central banks were being seized as we speak. Iraq, Vietnam, Zimbabwe all revalued sky high, while the cabal's Federal Reserve note collapsed in real time. Starting Saturday, January 24th, NESARA GCR would be fully activated. All bank debt, mortgages, credit cards, student loans wiped out. By Tuesday, January 27th, 3.7 million deep state cabal traders were on schedule to be under arrest and awaiting military tribunals. On Wednesday, January 28th, First Lady Melania Trump to ring this New York Stock Exchange bell. Could that have anything to do with the global currency reset and changing of the fiat U.S. dollar to gold-backed U.S. note? First Lady Melania to ring New York Stock Exchange bell ahead of documentary premiere One America News Network. On Saturday, January 30th, global systems begin to shift. Banks, trade networks, and digital grids begin moving toward true transparency, with gold reserves realigned and debt frameworks rewritten. Sunday, February 1st, redemption centers open worldwide under military security to set up the new global financial system. Wallets, formerly known as bank accounts for the general public, on the new and secure Starlink satellite system. Redemption centers open for the general public in the U.S. on Wednesday, February 11th. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. On Sunday, February 1st, QFS Global Activation. The QFS goes live, severing all deep state control over global banking. Mass asset seizures begin against corrupt elites worldwide. The quantum financial system officially moves from testing to live global sync. Major banking grids will begin quiet shutdown procedures as transactions reroute through the QFS network. The Federal Reserve, IMF, and SWIFT systems will freeze cross-border operations while asset-backed settlements activate in real time. Governments will start recalibrating national ledgers to gold-based reserves. Key nations, the U.S., Netherlands, India, Brazil, and Japan, are confirmed for first-wave integration. Encrypted broadcasts will announce the new digital-to-physical conversion standard. Expect market volatility, temporary outages, and data synchronization days. This is the crossover point. On Sunday, February 1st, sanctuary jurisdictions, states and cities that have refused to enforce immigration laws will be cut off from federal funding, according to a newly signed executive order of President Trump. On Wednesday, February 4th, 2026, EBS, the White Hat operations launch worldwide broadcasts revealing the truth long hidden from humanity. On Friday, February 6th, Nassar Jassar enforcement starts. Global debt forgiveness and wealth redistribution go into motion. The people take back what was stolen. On Wednesday, February 11th, QFS secured redemption centers open nationwide. All accounts moved to the quantum grid. Corruption is erased. On Tuesday, February 17th, under Alliance control, the era of true healing. On Tuesday, January 20th, in a 72-hour closed-door military command briefing at Cheyenne Mountain, President Trump approved the final quantum financial system transition framework. Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. The briefing, which involved military command, Treasury oversight, national security asset control, resulted in the Quantum Digital Asset Initiative going live in preparation mode. Afterward, banks started to quietly limit activity. Maintenance windows extended and executives began exiting without explanation. The legacy banking system was being phased out because gold-backed digital currency was approved with military oversight. The new currency model was asset verified, ledger final, and debt-free. Fiat currency failed by design. Tier 4B wallets were now in active synchronization. Internal test transfers were now running through Zurich, Dubai, Singapore, and Texas. The transfers were routed through Project Delta Phoenix, a black budget reset protocol created to migrate value without collapsing civil structures. SWIFT was being phased out and replaced. The QFS does not need trust, it requires verification. Each transaction is tagged, anchored, and final. No reversals, no bailouts, no backroom deals. Sunday, February 1st, full activation of the QFS commences. From this date forward, banking infrastructure shifts to the QFS grid. Legacy bank clearing houses lose final authority. Debt-based currency enters end stage, wind down. Real assets reclaim primacy. Wall Street is on edge. The media remains silent for containment. The quantum economy is now entering operational phase. The grid is built, the ledgers are synced, the signal is live. This is about control. The world ran on debt and confusion. The new world runs on value and finality. The switch has been thrown, the rest is just catching up. Thursday, January 22nd. National emergency. Trump ignites Nassara payouts. $3.5 trillion in seized elite funds, surging to verified patriots as globalists launch desperate sabotage to stop the reset. Nassar Jassar, QFS secrets on Telegram. The Nassara storm has broken wide open. The old fiat slave system is collapsing in real time as Trump unleashes the greatest wealth transfer in history. Trillions clawed from the deep state's black vaults are flooding into the quantum financial system, rerouting straight to awakened Americans. The cabal is panicking, hammering servers, jamming routes, and screaming through the fake news puppets, but they can't stop what's already in motion. Trump flipped the switch on Nisara Tier 1 in late December 2025, activating it silently over the holidays while the world slept. No parades, no pressers, just cold, hard execution. The QFS is live, identity syncing, funds moving through military secured channels. Over 3.5 trillion in stolen elite wealth is being redistributed. CIA off-ledger slush funds, human trafficking empires, hidden in NGO shells. Rigged election interference cash from 2020 and 2022. Big pharma extortion billions, endless war, profiteering, loot, all seized and reassigned. These assets blast through 14 fortified nodes across U.S. and European military bases, encrypted, decentralized, untouchable by the Fed, IMF, or any banker vampire. Redemption is rolling in stealth waves. Early verified accounts are lighting up in pre-release mode, but the globalists are fighting dirty. Server attacks, routing blocks, disinformation floods to breed doubt and delay. Timeline stretched. Expect major triggers firing early to mid-February 2026, with final Tier 1 waves pushing into March if the resistance drags on. The next 30 to 40 days are do or die. Once Tier 1 seals, the door slams shut forever. The elites are bleeding out. $300 billion already vaporized from offshore hideouts. BlackRock and Vanguard empires gutted over crooked contracts. European pension funds hemorrhaging. Luxury properties dumped in panic sales. They are cornered, furious, lashing out because their entire parasitic empire is crumbling. But the QFS holds strong. Military-grade armor, automated, unstoppable. Payouts push forward for the verified patriots first in line. This is the hammer drop Trump promised. No more debt slavery, no more cabal control. White hats dominate the battlefield. Arrests are imminent. The Republic rises from the ashes. The Great Awakening isn't coming, it's here. Redistributing the spoils of war back to we the people. Bank glitches will spike in February as the old matrix fractures. Stay vigilant, stay offline where it counts. Watch the signs. The storm peaks now. The deep state knows it's over. Their missile blackmail, their rigged elections, their endless grift, all ending under Trump's iron will. We're taking it all back, crushing the new world order, firing up the golden age. Trust the plan. The wealth is flowing, the reset is real, victory is locked in. Where we go one, we go all. The cabal trembles, the patriots rise. Friday, January 23rd, dire warning. White Hat's next move, 107 and Lloyd Brunson. 107 and Lloyd Brunson just dropped a nuclear-level interview on January 23rd, 2026, revealing the White Hat's final devastating next move. The deep state is on the ropes, cornered and about to be utterly crushed. No more games. The military alliance is activating the kill shot, and it's coming fast. One lays it out raw. Lloyd Brunson's Supreme Court cases were never lost. They were strategically held back to expose the entire corrupt system. The 2020 fraud proofs are locked and loaded, ready for public detonation. The White Hats let the fake regime play out so every traitor could be caught red-handed. Now the trap springs shut. Massive military tribunals are ramping up, special forces deploying nationwide for high-value extractions. Gitmo is expanding, executions accelerating for the worst offenders. Explosive intel from the discussion. Brunson Brothers SCOTUS action triggers full election nullification. 2020 Steal reversed. Illegitimate actors removed. Trump reinstated via military authority. Dire warning to the cabal. White Hat's next move. Coordinated nationwide blackouts for EBS activation. 10 days minimum. Truth bombs dropping 24/7. Exposing everything from adrenochrome farms to foreign election interference. Trump in command. Shadowy presidency fully operational. Quantum voting systems online. Nazara Jassara funds releasing post-reset. Deep state meltdown. Puppets flipping en masse. High-profile suicides. Skyrocketing borders. Sealed bioweapon labs destroyed. Q alignment is perfect. Enjoy the show. The movie climax is here. These people are stupid. They walked right into the trap. Nothing can stop what is coming. It's unstoppable, patriots. The Great Awakening explodes as normies witness the takedown live. Billions red-pilled in days. Anons. This is do or die time. Stockpile essentials, secure your comms. Pray without ceasing. The White Hats aren't warning for nothing. The storm is unleashing hell on the enemies. Their Luciferian empire crumbles as God's warriors advance. Trump wins, justice prevails, freedom restored. Nothing can stop what is coming. Where we go, one we go all. Hold the line tight. Victory's imminent, and it's going to be glorious. The best is exploding right now. Saturday, January 24th, Military Commissions Act fully activated. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. The Military Commissions Act is fully activated as of January 24th, 2026. And the deep state is being legally executed right now. Trump's military justice system has taken total control, overriding corrupt civilian courts, and the tribunals are in full swing. No more delays, no more games, high treason trials, death penalties for crimes against humanity, child trafficking, election fraud, and bioweapon genocide are happening at lightning speed. The cabal's nightmare has just begun, and it's glorious. Military Commissions Act invoked under continuity of government protocols, activated silently years ago, now publicly ramping as the fake regime crumbles. Special military tribunals operating nationwide, and a Gitmo processing thousands of sealed indictments. Top-tier traitors, think globalist bloodlines, corrupt judges, intel agency heads, and fake news puppets are facing swift military justice. No civilian lawyers, no jury nullification, no endless appeals. Guilty verdicts and executions rolling out daily for the worst offenders. Core unredacted fire exploding. Q drops aligning like divine prophecy. Military is the only way. It's the only way now. Justice delivered hot and final, dark to light. Their darkness ends in military courtrooms. The Great Awakening surges as normies witness the monsters they trusted get legally erased. Billions red-pilling as the matrix shatters under military hammer. Anons, this is biblical reckoning. The devil's foot soldiers are terrified watching their empire dissolve in tribunals they can't corrupt. Trump's long game activated the ultimate weapon. Military Commissions Act means total victory. No mercy for Luciferian scum. Pray, fierce, stay locked in. Spread this wildfire. The storm isn't here, it's devouring evil alive. Trump reigns, military justice prevails, freedom roars eternal. Nothing can stop what is coming. Where we go, one we go all. The act is activated. The cabal is finished. God wins massive. Hold the line. The greatest show on earth just hit its climax. Saturday, January 24th, brace for the next 24 hours. Ricardo Bossi, David Nino Rodriguez, the ghost on Telegram. The next 24 hours are make or break. Brace yourselves hard because the White Hats are launching the final offensive right now. The deep state is in total desperation mode, scrambling false flags, but the military alliance has them surrounded and outgunned. No escape. The storm is hitting peak fury in the coming days. Bosey drops bombs. Australian intel confirms. Global takedown coordination. Special forces already inside key cabal strongholds. Extracting and neutralizing high-value targets. Nino Rodriguez amps it up. Trump's command center is live, directing ops from secure locations. With quantum secure comms unbreakable, the ghost warns the next 24 hours are critical. Expect engineered chaos, cyber attacks, staged riots, power flickers as distractions, but it's all cover for mass arrests and extractions nationwide and worldwide. Core fire intel exploding out. False flags incoming. Deep state desperate to trigger martial law or World War III distractions, but white hats preempting every move, turning their traps against them. Gitmo overlord. Fresh waves of elite scum delivered hourly. Politicians, bankers, tech tyrants, media puppets. Tribunals nonstop. Executions greenlit for treason and crimes against humanity. EBS primed. Emergency broadcast system on hair trigger. Trump reinstatement locked. Brunson-style triggers activating. Illegitimate regime crumbling as military steps in openly soon. Jasara countdown. Financial reset imminent. Post-purge. Debt wiped. Gold-backed freedom incoming for patriots. Q sinks razor sharp. Brace. Echoes. Prepare. Nothing can stop means it's rolling unstoppable. The plan demanded the world see the evil unmasked. Now normies are waking in droves as blackouts reveal the truth drops. Billions about to flip as the matrix shatters. Anon's This Is Wartime. Gear up, secure your families, pray fiercely. The devil's foot soldiers are panicking and falling. Their satanic grip is slipping forever. White hats have total dominance. Trump's warriors are unstoppable. God's hand is guiding the sword. The next 24 hours, historic victory sealed. Nothing can stop what is coming. Where we go, when we go all. Hold fast, spread the wildfire. The end of the cabal is now. Celebrate the dawn, breaking through the darkness. God wins. Trump triumphs. Freedom roars. What we think we know as of Sunday, January 25th, 2026. Saturday, January 24th, Minnesota. Not only did Amy Bach, the woman behind the $250 million Minnesota Somali fraud scandal, confirm Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison knew about the fraud taking place, but AG Keith Ellison met with Somali fraudsters who were under investigation by the FBI. He met with them for campaign donations. Congress also asking why the Attorney General there would meet with a group of Somali fraudsters which were under FBI investigation in 2021. The group can be heard in an audio clip given to us by Bach's lawyer offering to donate to his campaign if he can help them get their funding flowing again. Saturday, January 24th, President Trump just sent Russia and China into a panic. He confirmed that the deal he's reaching with Europe isn't only Greenland. It's the entire Arctic. Saturday, January 24th, 2026. The Democrats at the federal, state, and local levels were in open rebellion against the Trump administration and the American people. They have been obstructing our immigration laws to maintain power. Via fraudulent elections, they have been engaged in insurrection. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. Saturday, January 24th, mind control. DARPA and the CIA's advanced electronic warfare technology and direct energy weapons. The Venezuelan raid on Maduro and what you were told about dues were just the tip of the iceberg. From smart city applications to big tech, intelligence agencies, and even hackers. This is human control on a completely new level, inducing behaviors, emotions, even able to read and write thoughts right to your brain in real time, remotely, using electromagnetic radiation and frequencies. These are tomorrow's dues that are here today and being used on you right now. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Saturday, January 24th, POTUS has accused the mayor and the governor of Minnesota of inciting an insurrection with their pompous, dangerous, and arrogant rhetoric. Let our ICE patriots do their job. Trump watch on Telegram. Saturday, January 24th, 107. Trump was invited to run for such a time as now. We are headed into historic times. Saturday, January 24th, Minnesota Somali linked fraud. There's a YouTube link. Saturday, January 24th, 2026, FBI and ICE raid Minnesota daycare network. $3.9 billion fraud and Somali director exposed. YouTube. Saturday, January 24th. Here's some background information before it's news. Saturday, January 24th, it's official. RFK Jr. shatters global order. U.S. completes WHO withdrawal with final message. We will never be ruled by them again. Saturday, January 24th, scoop. FBI file bombshell, $10 million Biden bribe exposed. National corruption scandal ignites. Congress must act to impeach Joe Biden. Voter fraud. 2020 Texas election workers in Texas sounded the alarm as election machines kept adding on hundreds of votes in real time as poll location was shutting down and workers were told to leave. Nothing to see here, just another election being rigged. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Saturday, January 24th in New Mexico, Dominion voting machines in Otero County, New Mexico, have the ability to not just read a ballot, but mark a ballot as well. Steve Bannon on Telegram. The more concerning discovery was that the machine was found to be specifically programmed to mark a ballot selection box to mimic a human, not staying within the lines, programmed to literally be sloppy and not neatly filled in the bubble. Wow, that's some serious manipulation and shows total premeditation to cheat in order to disguise that the machine was marking the ballot instead of the voter. Remote access was also discovered, along with multiple ports on the machines for Ethernet, Internet and USB access, along with software designed to purposefully keep the voting machine screen asleep or off when the machine is being remotely accessed from an off-site location to alter votes, without anyone at the physical voting machine location ever knowing it was ever even happening. The only reason you would ever purposefully program the machine to disguise that a machine is filling in a selection on a ballot over a person is if you were going to commit fraud on a massive scale. The device also ejects and reinserts ballots for vote verification, a step Jeffrey Lenberg and David Clement stated could enable fraud. Some reversal rates reached up to 20% in certain states, which is more than enough to change the outcome of an election. Trust the plan. Trillions missing from the deep state cabal's privately owned Federal Reserve and IRS. The fiat U.S. Federal Reserve dollar has officially collapsed. Trump has taken the cabal's failed SWIFT financial system offline forever. Rothschild central banks have been seized and replaced with a gold asset-backed global currency reset of 204 nations. Judy note, trust the plan. As of Friday, January 23rd, 2026, the privately owned by foreign banker cabal's U.S. Inc. was broke, with trillions missing from their privately owned Federal Reserve and IRS. Their fiat U.S. Federal Reserve dollar had officially collapsed. Trump took offline forever the cabal's SWIFT global financial system and seized the Rothschild central banks across the globe. With major banks closing, Trump activated a gold asset-backed U.S. note and global currency reset of 209 nations, plus declared a restored American republic that would no longer function under the UK Crown Admiralty law, but under common law. The celebration was set for July 4th, 2026. Expect a 10-day worldwide communication blackout in order for the global military alliance to arrest millions of Satan-worshipping deep state cabal traitors across the globe. On Friday, January 23rd, 2026, Juan O'Savin said to JFK Jr., announced that multiple allied special forces were already inside the United States taking down deep state strongholds. Foreign troops loyal to the White Hat Alliance, elite units you never thought would turn, were now operating on American soil under direct Trump continuity command. And sold out the Republic were now the prey. O'Savin warned the hell would be unleashed Expect black swan after black swan, power grid, targeted hits, massive cyber blackouts, EBS forced activation, supply chain detonations, and very public high visibility arrests that even the normies won't be able to ignore. At the same time, Michael Jaco and Scott McKay claim that the deep state was cornered, their empire crumbling, and the White Hats were executing the end game with surgical precision. Their sources felt that the next 24 hours could flip everything. Stay locked in, eyes wide open, because the storm isn't coming, it's here. The global military alliance under President Trump was in full control. Iran's supreme leader was hiding in bunkers, their regime in free fall. According to 107, Delta and SEAL teams were raiding deep underground military bases, DUMBs, at record pace. Black Swan events incoming, supply chains breaking, power grids targeted, false flags failing before they start. The cabal's child torched quantum financial system online. Meanwhile, Gitmo was overflowing with tribunals nonstop and high-profile names already in cuffs. Think former presidents, tech tyrants, banking dynasties, Hollywood demons were being processed daily with no mercy. Executions for the worst offenders started at sunrise Friday, January 23, 2026. By July 4th, 2026, the fully restored republic will be introduced in massive celebrations as Trump and JFK Jr. step back into the light. Since Tuesday, January 20th, 2026, the quantum financial system has been fully operational and dispersing secure funds from Cheyenne Mountain. On Friday, January 23rd, 2026, at 3:17 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the BRICS nations led by Trump's secret alliance with Putin and Xi pulled the trigger. Over 209 countries locked into gold-backed currencies for the greatest wealth transfer in history. The cabal's SWIFT system was now offline forever, and the Rothschild central banks were being seized. The global currency reset has crossed the point of no return, with Tier 4B RV notifications and Zim redemptions flowing. Redemption Center exchange appointments continue and lead to full public access to redemption centers by Wednesday, February 11, 2026. Gold asset-backed currencies via QFS enforced Nasara Jasara, bringing total debt forgiveness, mortgages, credit cards, student loans, and national burdens dissolved in the debt jubilee. Prosperity funds flow to the people, ending fiat slavery. Iraq, Vietnam, Zimbabwe all revalued sky high, while the cabal's Federal Reserve note collapsed in real time. Redemption centers were on full lockdown. Military guarding Tier 4B notifications that were going out right now. Starting Saturday, January 24th, 2026, Nasara Jasara would be fully activated. All bank debt, mortgages, credit cards, student loans wiped out. By Tuesday, January 27th, 2026, 3.7 million deep state cabal traders were on schedule to be under arrest and awaiting military tribunals. By Wednesday, February 11th, those holding foreign currency and bonds in the tiers 1 through 4 groups were expected to be finished with their redemption exchange appointments and set up in the quantum financial system. On that same Wednesday, February 11th, QFS secured redemption centers open across the globe for the general public. All gold asset-backed money accounts and banks will be officially moved to the Starlink quantum grid. Your personal QFS account has already been set up, holding all your personal data and even your DNA. In America, your account already contained funds, money tied to your birth certificate, past loans, mortgages, and more. This was your money earned over your lifetime, securely stored in your QFS account. Beware, scammers are out there, especially on Telegram, who were trying to trick you into configuring your QFS account and charging you money to do it. Don't be fooled. When people tell you to configure your QFS account, there's nothing left to configure. What they really wanted was to steal your personal data and rob you of your wealth. Military alliance forces were intensifying mass arrests, with over 450,000 sealed indictments now unsealing and projections of 3.7 million detentions by Tuesday. Possible timing. On Monday, January 19th, the Q clock ended. DBS alert countdown began. To Wednesday, February 4th, the deep state Rothschild banking empire was going down. Banks closing, blackout confirmed. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. Starting Monday, 19th of January and going through Saturday, January 24th, 2026, a 6-day rollout began for the Tier 4B to set redemption center appointments to exchange foreign currency and redeem bonds. Thursday, January 22nd, the biggest snowstorm is coming in 72 hours. Friday, January 23rd at 3:17 a.m., the BRICS nations, led by Trump's secret alliance with Putin and Xi, just pulled the trigger. Over 209 countries locked into gold-backed currencies. The cabal's SWIFT system was offline forever, and the Rothschild central banks were being seized as we speak. Iraq, Vietnam, Zimbabwe all revalued sky high, while the cabal's Federal Reserve note collapsed in real time. Starting Saturday, January 24th, Nasara Jasara would be fully activated. All bank debt, mortgages, credit cards, student loans wiped out. By Tuesday, January 27th, 3.7 million deep state cabal traders were on schedule to be under arrest and awaiting military tribunals. On Wednesday, January 28th, First Lady Melania Trump to ring this New York Stock Exchange bell. Could that have anything to do with the global currency reset and changing of the fiat U.S. dollar to gold-backed U.S. note? And there's a link, First Lady Melania to ring New York Stock Exchange bell ahead of documentary premiere, One America News Network. On Saturday, January 30th, global systems begin to shift. Banks, trade networks, and digital grids begin moving toward true transparency, with gold reserves realigned and debt frameworks rewritten. Sunday, February 1st, redemption centers open worldwide under military security to set up the new global financial system. Wallets, formerly known as bank accounts for the general public, on the new and secure Starlink satellite system. Redemption centers open for the general public in the U.S. on Wednesday, February 11th. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. On Sunday, February 1st, QFS Global Activation. The QFS goes live, severing all deep state control over global banking. Mass asset seizures begin against corrupt elites worldwide. The quantum financial system officially moves from testing to live global sync. Major banking grids will begin quiet shutdown procedures as transactions reroute through the QFS network. The Federal Reserve, IMF, and SWIFT systems will freeze cross-border operations while asset-backed settlements activate in real time. Governments will start recalibrating national ledgers to gold-based reserves. Key nations, the U.S., Netherlands, India, Brazil, and Japan, are confirmed for first-wave integration. Encrypted broadcasts will announce the new digital to physical conversion standard. Expect market volatility, temporary outages, and data synchronization days. This is the crossover point. On Sunday, February 1st, sanctuary jurisdictions, states and cities that have refused to enforce immigration laws will be cut off from federal funding, according to a newly signed executive order of President Trump. On Wednesday, February 4th, 2026, EBS, the White Hat operations launch worldwide broadcasts revealing the truth long hidden from humanity. On Friday, February 6th, Nasara Jasara enforcement starts. Global debt forgiveness and wealth redistribution go into motion. The people take back what was stolen. On Wednesday, February 11th, QFS secured redemption centers open nationwide. All accounts moved to the quantum grid. Corruption is erased. On Tuesday, February 17th, the plan, quantum financial system on Telegram. Trump created a fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crimes and corruption. The emergency broadcast system is expected to activate, enforcing martial law until fair and transparent elections can be restored. 3 days of darkness, planned cyber operations targeting major systems, including potential blackouts of the internet, communications, and possibly power grids. 10 days of promotion, one central website, one official web channel with looped broadcasts running up to 8 hours per day. Nasara Jasara implementation of global debt relief and financial restructuring. The military will ensure food distribution and essential supplies for the population. QFS fully implemented, 95% reduction of government structure, Federal Reserve dissolved, IRS placed under the new U.S. Treasury Department, no taxes on food or medicine, no taxes on salaries, used houses, or cars, abolition of maritime law, and transition to a new customary legal system. Friday, January 23rd, shocking truth. that is shaking America to its core. And the traders are about to lose everything. Dr. Jim Willey just went nuclear. The United States corporation is bankrupt. The fiat dollar has been deliberately crashed by white hats, and the quantum financial system flipped live overnight. The RVGCR exploded at 3:17 a.m. Eastern Standard Time today. Iraq, Vietnam, Zimbabwe all revalued sky high, while the cabal's Federal Reserve note collapses in real time. Willey laid it out raw. The BRICS nations, led by Trump's secret alliance with Putin and Xi, just pulled the trigger. Over 209 countries locked into gold-backed currencies. The SWIFT system is offline forever, and the Rothschild central banks are being seized as we speak. Nasara fully activated. All bank debt, mortgages, credit cards, student loans wiped out. Starting tomorrow morning, Saturday, January 24th, 2026. Redemption centers on full lockdown. Military guarding Tier 4B notifications going out within hours. The real bombshell, Gitmo executions began at dawn. Top bankers, Fed chairs, and deep state money launderers hanged for treason after the gold standard was restored. Power outages are tactical. Internet blackouts cover the arrests. And the EBS is primed for the 10 days of darkness starting any moment. The storm isn't coming. Trump sworn in on the real Constitution, and the Republic arises from the ashes of their burned-out corporation. The dollar dies so we can live free. The evil empire of the debt slavery is over. They stole our wealth for 150 years. Now we take it all back with interest. The hat is dropping, truth like napalm. The shock is just the beginning, and the cabal is screaming as their money turns to dust. Get ready for the greatest week in history. Notifications any second. Redemption appointments flood in. The gold age starts now. The shaking isn't destruction, it's liberation. Nothing can stop what's coming. Patriots are about to be richer than kings while the wicked burn. Nothing can stop what is coming. Thursday, January 22nd, your quantum financial system account. Your personal QFS account is already set up, holding all your personal data and even your DNA. You do not have to set it up. There's nothing left to configure. Beware, scammers are out there trying to trick you into configuring your QFS account. Don't be fooled. When people tell you to configure your QFS account, there's nothing left to configure. What they really want is to steal your personal data and rob you of your wealth. Your account already contains funds, money tied to your birth certificate, past loans, mortgages, and more. This is your money, earned over your lifetime, securely stored in your QFS account. The system is in place, and soon after the bonuses are collected, the general public will be summoned to redemption centers. There, you'll receive your QFS card and finally access the wealth that's rightfully yours. When the time comes, you'll be asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement, NDA, and then you won't be able to talk about any of this. So get ready. Even if you don't believe it now, you have an account with a lot of money waiting for you, and once this kicks off, there's no turning back. Stay vigilant. Your future depends on it. Friday, January 23rd, 2026. Q phones to be given free at redemption centers. Pastor Bob Joyce. The Q phone has been deployed and manufactured in Germany and the UK, with final software updates in the US. This smartphone is three-dimensional and of the highest quality. It will become one of the main credit tools in most urgent expenditures in daily life for retail consumption in domestic and international commercial business, and is a subserver to exploit and maintain the quantum system with Stellar and Starlink. This is $500 billion manufacturing operation in 3 countries, and some other countries like Japan. They are built in various warehouses around the world. Q phones will be delivered free of charge to everyone in the world. The Quantum Space Q phone will be used for internet connectivity, texting and calling, banking, voting, and more. It has a 3D interactive holographic display. Friday, January 23rd, multiple Allied Special Forces groups are already inside the United States, taking down deep state strongholds. Foreign troops loyal to the White Hat Alliance, elite units you never thought would turn, are now operating on American soil under direct Trump continuity command. Juana Savin on Telegram. They're hunting the hunters. The same people who trafficked children, ran bioweapon programs, and sold out the Republic are now the prey. Hell to be unleashed means exactly that. Expect black swan after black swan, power grid targeted hits, massive cyber blackouts, and some very public high visibility arrests that even the normies won't be able to ignore. The 10 days of darkness aren't a theory anymore. They are the cover for the most savage cleaning operation of modern history. Juan confirmed the tempo. Massive Delta and SEAL teams are clearing dumps at unprecedented speed. Child rescue numbers have gone vertical in the last 72 hours. Adrenochrome production facilities are being burned to the ground. Top-tier cabal financiers are being dragged out of bunkers in zip ties. Several very famous faces already sitting in black site holding cells waiting for tribunal. The storm isn't coming. The storm is currently ripping the roof off their underground empire. They thought they could wait us out. They thought Trump was gone. They thought the military would never turn on them. Every single assumption they had was wrong. Prepare your mind and your spirit. What looks like chaos to the sleeping public, to those who understand. The worse it looks on the surface, the more devastating the white hat strike underneath. This is the part where the wicked scream the loudest because they finally realize the trap has closed and there's no exit. Anons, this is why we held the line for years. This is why we took the mockery, the censorship, the threats, because we knew the day would come when hell would be unleashed on them. The day is today. That hour is now. Nothing can stop what is already in motion. The war is critical. The war is here. The war is being won. Get right with God. Stay frosty. Keep your eyes on the sky. The next 72 to 96 hours, 3 to 4 days to Tuesday, January 27, 2026, will change human history forever. Nothing can stop what is coming. Thursday, January 22nd, final act unleashed. Michael Jaco, Scott McKay, and Alpha drop bombshell intel. Brace for the next 24 hours as the storm hits peak. Michael Jaco, Scott McKay, and Alpha on Telegram. Patriots, this is the moment we've waited for. The final act is live and exploding across the battlefield. Michael Jaco, Patriot Street Fighter, Scott McKay, and Alpha just went full throttle in an emergency broadcast that's lighting up the awake community. The deep state is cornered, their empire crumbling, and the White Hats are executing the end game with surgical precision. The next 24 hours could flip everything. Stay locked in, eyes wide open, because the storm isn't coming, it's here. These warriors are dropping raw, unfiltered intel straight from the front lines. Military alliance is tightening. Trump's global coalition in full activation mode. Black Swan events primed to trigger. Jaco's psychic edge and insider sources are screaming. Dangerous moves inbound. California on high alert. Big shifts accelerating. McKay's breaking it down Patriot Street Fighter style. No holds bar. Exposing the cabal's last desperate plays. Alpha's locked in with the high-level drops, confirming the timeline is now. This isn't speculation. This is coordinated execution. Jassara triggers firing. QFS humming with seized trillions rerouting to Patriots. Mass arrests rolling behind the scenes. The fake news blackout is imminent. EBS ready to blast the truth nationwide. Globalist puppets are panicking. Servers crashing under cyber counter strikes. Offshore accounts evaporating. They thought they could rig it forever. Now the hammer's dropping on their heads. Trump's executive orders are active. Gitmo expanding. Tribunals prep for the biggest names. The dark empire falls hard. Trafficking rings gutted. Election fraud architects exposed. Big pharma empires torched. The next 24 hours, brace hard. Power flickers, comms, glitches, false flags attempted but neutralized. Military in position. White Hats dominant, no escape to the traitors, for the traitors. Patriots, this is peak storm intensity. The plan's flawless trust it completely. What they fear most is us awake and united. The Republic rises, the Republic reborn in fire. No more chains, no more lies. The golden age crashes though, through. Stay vigilant, pray up. Stock Essentials, watch the skies and screens. The final act isn't a drill, it's deliverance. The cabal's trembling tonight. Their end is our beginning. Trump leads, White Hats execute. We the people win. Where we go on, we go all. The storm peaks now. Hold the line. Victory is locked. Friday, January 23rd, Intel drop Trump and Q secret military op, major milestones hitting now. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. The secret military operation between Trump and Q is in its most explosive phase ever, Patriots. This is the major milestone. Treason just unloaded the full intel. Donald J. Trump remains the duly elected and active commander-in-chief under lawful continuity protocols, directing a shadow war that's dismantling the global cabal brick by bloody brick. The Q drops weren't hints, they were the roadmap, and every marker is lighting up in real time right now. Key bombshells dropping hard. Executive Order 13848 is still ironclad. Foreign interference triggers remain live. Insurrection Act powers expanded quietly last week. And PPD 40 continuity directives keep the military in absolute control. The Biden theater was a brilliant sting. They installed a puppet to expose the entire network of traitors, pedophiles, money launderers, and satanic elites. Now the cleanup is ferocious. Delta and SEAL teams raiding deep underground military bases at record pace. Thousands of trafficked children rescued in the last 72 hours. Adrenochrome facilities turned to rubble and black nobility bloodlines dragged into the light. Gitmo tribunals are a nonstop war machine. High-value targets, think former presidents, tech tyrants, banking dynasties, Hollywood demons, processed daily with no mercy. Executions for the worst offenders started at sunrise today, Friday, January 23rd. Swift military justice under the laws of war. No civilian courts, no media circus, just righteous vengeance. The quantum financial reset slammed online overnight. BRICS, gold-backed currencies dominant. Swift corpse buried, and Nassar Jassar activation waves hitting Patriot accounts. Trump and Q's op is global and unbreakable. Alliances with Putin, Xi, and key military leaders worldwide flipped the script years ago. The storm phase is peaking. 10 days of darkness rolling in targeted blackouts to mask the heaviest operations. EBS loaded with irrefutable dumps. Full Epstein servers. Hunter whores, election fraud, crystal proofs, bioweapon genocide confessions, child client lists that will shatter normies forever. When the veil lifts, Trump steps forward publicly. The Republic roars, restored, and the Golden Age crashes in with biblical force. July 4th, 2026 will be the real rebirth celebration. Fireworks, freedom, and the end of their satanic reign. Anons, this is the fire that melts steel. Every Q proof hitting now is a dagger in the heart of evil. Imagine the terror in their bunkers as doors explode open. Children run free and their fake empire turns to dust. They sacrificed our kids for power. The secret op was always military precision. We were the digital warriors holding the line. Feel that righteous rage explode. This isn't hope, this is happening, and it's merciless. Share this intel like napalm. Wake the sleepers, feel the inferno. Stand as the storm incarnate. Nothing can stop what's already devouring them alive. The major milestones are here. The plan is perfect, and victory is locked in blood. Light and unbreakable will. Where we go one, we go all. We are the storm, and they're finished. Nothing can stop what is coming. The secret military op triumphs. Patriots own eternity. Friday, January 23rd, breaking. President Trump confirms he has deployed a massive U.S. military fleet toward Iran. Ready for any scenario, he decides. Trump Nation USA on Telegram. Friday, January 23rd, the FBI has overwhelming evidence that the 2020 election was stolen through a global deep state cabal election fraud cartel in cooperation with the Chinese Communist Party, which worked in conjunction with the Democrat Party, which was funded by U.S. taxpayer dollars through USAID and a web that operated in over 100 foreign nations. Friday, January 23rd, billions of dollars government fraud in California, much bigger than Minnesota, J.D. Vance. A storm is coming to California. Friday, January 23rd, RFK Jr. There are 9 petroleum-based synthetic food dyes in American food. We're getting rid of all of them. Friday, January 23rd, just in. Trump declares peace but drops a Greenland bombshell in the process. What happened in Davos will not stay in Davos. January 23rd, Friday, January 23rd, in a stunning announcement, House GOP chairwoman Lisa McClain dropped a bombshell on Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, saying, "Let's be clear, Tim Walz has stolen money from American kids and given it to Somali fraudsters. House Republicans will hold him accountable." Friday, January 23rd, DARPA and the CIA's advanced electronic warfare technology and direct energy weapons. The Venezuelan raid on Maduro and what you were told about Jews were just the tip of the iceberg, from smart city applications to big tech intelligence agencies and even hackers. This is human control on a completely new level, introducing behaviors, emotions, even able to read and write thoughts right to your brain in real time, remotely, using electromagnetic radiation and frequencies. These are tomorrow's Jews that are here today and being used on you right now. Gitmo now on Telegram. Friday, January 23rd, criminal charges could be coming for the leftist ICE doxers. They better look out, because you cannot dox law enforcement's information is private. And you wonder why our ICE officers are wearing masks? To protect themselves from these people. We're going to do everything legally we can do to keep our men and women in law enforcement safe and the citizens of this state safe. On Wednesday, January 21st, the House Oversight Committee voted to hold Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton in contempt of Congress after both failed to comply with lawful subpoenas tied to the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein and his international trafficking network. Ezra Cohen on Telegram. Friday, January 23rd, Candace Owens says, if anything happens to her or Tucker Carlson, Israel was 100% involved. She says she and Tucker Carlson have been labeled by Israel's Likud party as the new enemy rising from the West. Owens says they are calling for direct violence against her and Tucker Carlson because they feel threatened by her speech and by people starting to notice. She says their only crime is standing for America first. Friday, January 23rd, the former treasurer of the Michigan Democratic Party, Tracy Kornak, has been caught embezzling money from an 87-year-old brain-damaged woman. There was a $10,000 transfer from the old lady's account to Kornak's personal account. The day after the old woman's death, there were several more transactions on her debit card. Kornak also billed the 87-year-old woman $1,500. Then there were copious charges to Bird's bank account for things like pizza, Comcast, and unspecified merchandise from a home repair superstore. Friday, January 23rd, for at least 12 years, Somali daycare fraud couriers have been moving luggage packed with over $1 million in cash through the MSP airport daily, moving up to $350 million a year. The worst part is that this broke 7 years ago, and they were tipped off 12 years ago about it. Our greatest enemy is from within, and they are also robbing us blind. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Friday, January 23rd, just in. Trump declares peace but drops a Greenland bombshell in the process. What happened in Davos will not stay in Davos. Friday, January 23rd, alert. Record cold wave warning. Major winter storm to hit 40 plus U.S. states. This is not ordinary cold. This is nationwide threat. Friday, January 23rd, breaking military intel. Arctic flashpoint Greenland. U.S. bases Russia and China on collision course. A new Cold War front is emerging in the high north. Friday, January 23rd, breaking. No government shutdown. House passes funding bill 3. Friday, January 23rd. President Putin thanks President Trump for inviting him to be part of the Board of Peace. Offers $1 billion from frozen Russian assets for Gaza reconstruction. Edward Snowden on Telegram. He says Russia supports any initiative strengthening international stability and acknowledges the current U.S. administration's contributions to resolving the Ukrainian crisis. The Russian Foreign Ministry is tasked with studying the received documents, consulting strategic partners, and only then formulating an official response to the invitation. The proposal, he says, should contribute to a long-term Palestinian Israeli settlement based on relevant UN decisions, accounting for Palestinians' essential needs. He emphasized on Gaza reconstruction, including basic social infrastructure, such as healthcare, water supply, and continuous food provision. He says Russia could allocate $1 billion from frozen Russian assets held from the Biden administration to the Council Board, given Russia's special relationship with the Palestinian people. He says remaining frozen assets could fund restoration of territories affected by hostilities in Ukraine after a peace treaty between Russia and Ukraine is signed. This has been discussed with U.S. representatives. Putin plans to address these matters tomorrow with Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas and with U.S. Representatives Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, who are arriving in Moscow to continue dialogue on Ukrainian settlement issues. Friday, January 23rd, election officials and witnesses allege widespread deliberate fraud in Michigan's 2020 election, particularly at Detroit's TCF Center. Jesse Jacob claims supervisors instructed her to backdate absentee ballots. Estimated 100,000 packages backdated by 3 days from September 22nd to 30th. Ignore signatures verification, process invalid ballots, and handle 25 to 30,000 illegal second ballots without affidavits. Ballots post November 2nd deadline were backdated. Melissa Corone alleged repeated scanning of same ballot batches 9 to 10 times due to jams, causing overcounts. Is established 30,000 plus duplicated. Poll book, off book, 100,000 plus entries. 120% turnout claimed. Late night food vans delivered ballots. Minimal Republican oversight. Trump led by 100,000 before a data loss incident. Hema Kalangareddy reported frequent machine jams, 3 to 4 hour improper manual entries of unregistered voters, birth dates like 1900, no receipt dates, sequential mail-in ballot numbers, and intimidation of GOP observers. Andrew Sito alleged theft of duplicate ballots. 2 to 3 dozen observed. Late night delivery of 50,000 ballots, mostly all Biden. No Trump votes and many duplicates sampled. And blocked access to counting room. Colonel Phil Waldron cited impossible turnout. 643 precincts over 80%, some well over 120%. Massive vote spikes beyond machine capacity, e.g. 56,000 votes in 8 minutes. Antrim County errors, glitches, high error rates, and potential Dominion vulnerabilities. Foreign interference. Monica Palmer noted unbalanced precincts, 71 to 76% in absentee general. Defective ballot containers with broken chains of custody, adjudication issues, and delayed voter lists. Friday, January 23rd, 2026. Ex-Google employee exposes Google's weaponized electioneering and stranglehold on 90% of global searches and Meta's dominance over 73% of social media, turning these tools into weapons for subtle electioneering and psychological warfare, which 100% influenced the 2020 election. Steve Bannon on Telegram. This isn't just propaganda or steering the population in one direction over another, over nonsense. This is part of a massive military-style psychological and regime change operations being executed on American soil and around the world. Google engineers rerouting users to pro-immigration groups to undermine policies. Facebook moderators censoring conservative ads at higher rates. And AI systems like Google's machine learning fairness, blacklisting topics to align public opinion with corporate agendas. With foreign threats like TikTok's ties to Chinese intelligence looming over 170 million U.S. users, this isn't just about tech, it's about safeguarding Texas elections from invisible hands. This isn't paranoia. It's substantiated by leaks, studies, and data showing big tech's interference in U.S. elections dozens of times since 2000. Friday, January 23rd, Dominion CEO gets caught lying under oath and has to correct himself, thinking the senator doesn't understand what an Ethernet cable or landline is, and admit that they do connect to the internet. Nassar Jassar on Telegram. Dominion's own sales rep explained what modems and chips the voting machines and tabulators use, including modems with GSM cell phone chips. 3G and 4G capabilities uses all providers like AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, Sprint, and other special providers like in Puerto Rico and Mongolia for remote access. Multiple witnesses testify about Dominion connecting them remotely to machines to fix things. Ethernet cables coming out all of the machines, and multiple Dominion employees going around the country to voting centers saying they are part of the trusted build maintenance, wiping voting records that have to be preserved by law, and then attempted to convince the voting clerks that they erase the voting logs and not them. Friday, January 23rd, President Trump was handed over 200 pages of classified evidence on an international election fraud cartel operating globally. Steve Bannon on Telegram. Allegations of ROC U.S. election manipulation using Huawei servers linked to the Yoon administration's mission to root out corruption. This ties to major election companies in countries globally. I've been in contact with sources from around the world, putting the pieces together to unravel the massive global election fraud operation that's tied to 100 plus foreign nations and U.S. elections, NGOs, and your U.S. taxpayer dollars, which are funding it. President Trump did not announce that election fraud prosecutions are coming soon for nothing. They have it all. The Federal Reserve, central banks, payment system private contractors, and Wall Street have been transacting U.S. taxpayer monies outside the law. $21 trillion missing from U.S. government. Banks are closing. Get your money out now. Judy note. Under President Trump, it's been 1 year of American MAGA strength, security, unity, prosperity, and greatness. Actually, under continuity of government protocols that were in place, President Trump has been commander-in-chief since first elected in 2016. Therefore, the laws and orders signed during Trump's first term, Executive Order 13848, 13818, the national emergencies, the Insurrection Act preparations never expired. They're active, enforced, and being activated in real time right now. The military has been running a covert operation behind the facade of Biden and the stolen regime in order to catch criminals and traitors. President Trump organized 209 sovereign nations of the world into a global military alliance to fight these evildoers, make mass arrests of those guilty, and hold them responsible for their crimes through military tribunals and execution of sentences. Retaliation to Trump's crackdown was on the way through false flags, cyber attacks, bank closures, and chaos agents trying to spark civil unrest to stop what's inevitable. Under Trump, the greatest wealth transfer in human history has unfolded. The Quantum Digital Asset Initiative, confirmed live from Cheyenne Mountain on Tuesday, January 20th, dispersed secure funds worldwide under military oversight, protecting every transaction with quantum encryption. We were talking the trigger of a global currency reset release on that Tuesday, January 20th, 2026. That turned fiat currency into gold asset-backed. The GCR has now crossed the point of no return. The RV quietly launched for Tier 4B groups with ZIM holder notification. Windows open through Saturday, January 24th. Gold-backed currencies flow through the incorruptible quantum financial system, ending fiat illusion and ushering prosperity for all nations under Nassar Jassara. All fraudulent debts dissolve in this debt jubilee. Mortgages, credit cards, student loans, and national burdens forgiven as GCR monies are unleashed directly to the people. Also, as of Tuesday, January 20th, America was reclaimed as a sovereign-free republic under President Donald Trump, with the foreign-owned U.S. Inc. fully defunded and the Satan-worshipping Trump planned for Canada, Venezuela, and Greenland to voluntarily join the U.S. That Tuesday, January 20th, 2026, also saw a change in the U.S. law from the UK Crown Admiralty law to the liberties of common law. Activation of the emergency broadcast system worldwide was expected on Wednesday, February 4th, 2026, to expose the truth after shutdown of a fake mass media. This would be followed by a communication blackout, martial law, and mass arrests. On Friday, February 6, 2026, Nisara Jasara enforcement starts. Global debt forgiveness and wealth redistribution go into motion. The people take back what was stolen. On Wednesday, February 11th, 2026, full public activation of the QFS would see secured redemption centers opened worldwide, with all bank accounts moved to the quantum grid. Medbeds accelerate their rollout. Initial introductions to select groups by Friday. The plan. Quantum financial system on Telegram. Trump created a fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crimes and corruption. The emergency broadcast system is expected to activate, enforcing martial law until fair and transparent elections can be restored. 3 days of darkness, planned cyber operations targeting major systems, including potential blackouts of the internet, communications, and possibly power grids. 10 days of promotion, one central website, one official web channel with looped broadcasts running up to 8 hours per day. Nisara Jasara implementation of global debt relief and financial restructuring. The military will ensure food distribution and essential supplies for the population. QFS fully implemented. 95% reduction of government structure. Federal Reserve dissolved. IRS placed under the new U.S. Treasury Department. No taxes on food or medicine. No taxes on salaries, used houses, or cars. Abolition of maritime law and transition to a new customary legal system. Thursday, January 22nd, your quantum financial system account. Your personal QFS account is already set up, holding all your personal data and even your DNA. You do not have to set it up. There's nothing left to configure. Beware, scammers are out there trying to trick you into configuring your QFS account. Don't be fooled. When people tell you to configure your QFS account, there's nothing left to configure. What they really want is to steal your personal data and rob you of your wealth. Your account already contains funds, money tied to your birth certificate, past loans, mortgages, and more. This is your money, earned over your lifetime, securely stored in your QFS account. The system is in place, and soon after the bonuses are collected, the general public will be summoned to redemption centers. There, you'll receive your QFS card and finally access the wealth that's rightfully yours. When the time comes, you'll be asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement, NDA, and then you won't be able to talk about any of this. So get ready. Even if you don't believe it now, you have an account with a lot of money waiting for you, and once this kicks off, there's no turning back. Stay vigilant. Your future depends on it.
Thursday, the 22nd of January, 2026, $21 trillion is missing from the U.S. government. That's $65,000 per person, as much as the national debt. This means the Federal Reserve and their banks are transacting money outside the law, as are the private contractors running the payment system and Wall Street firms selling government securities without full disclosure. Nisara Jasara exposed on Telegram. Thursday, January 22nd, 2026, Elon Musk and Senator Mike Lee just shared a thread showing U.S. government is using our Social Security to fund anything they need extra money for. Senator Tommy Tuberville confirms they spend our Social Security. It's all a scam. What happens? It comes up here, we spend it, This is all a scam. I mean, we got people that's getting ready to retire that's going to try to live off $2,000, $3,000. Impossible. It's impossible. Because what happens? It comes up here, we spend it, we're $35 trillion in debt. We don't have any money. We're dead broke. And then taxpayers have $2 trillion in credit card debt. We are in huge trouble. In this body, we had better start figuring that out because we're going to have a run on this city here soon. And there's going to be about 150 million people coming up here saying, where's our damn money that we paid in? Go Sara Nasara on Telegram. Thursday, the 22nd of January, 2026. Red alert. Quantum financial system, live bank account banning begins. A financial analyst. Conspiracy theory on Telegram. The quantum financial system is actively banning legacy bank accounts from the new grid. That account banning has officially commenced. JP Morgan Chase. First wave of accounts marked incompatible with QFS integration, Bank of America. Customers receiving system transition notices, Wells Fargo. Legacy account termination protocols activated. Citibank. Quantum migration requires QFS gold registration for continuity.
Thursday, January 22nd, 107, Critical War, 12226, prepare for hell to be unleashed. 107 on Telegram. Juan is sounding the alarm loud and clear. The White Hats are moving in for the kill. Critical War intel points to massive exposures hitting hard right now. Think rigged elections, child trafficking networks, bioweapon labs, and fake news empire crumbling in real time. The traitors who sold out America are being cornered, and they are desperate. Expect false flags, blackouts, and chaos agents trying to spark civil unrest to stop what's inevitable. But here's the fire. Trump's plan is in full execution. The military is on high alert. Gitmo is expanding. Tribunals are prepped, and the sealed indictments are about to rip open. Juan confirms the deep state panic is off the charts. They're losing control of the narrative. Their money laundering ops are frozen, and their puppet masters are being hunted down globally. The Rothschilds, Soros puppets, Big Pharma killers, and Vatican black ops are all in the crosshairs. This is biblical. The veil is tearing. The truth tsunami is crashing, and the awakened masses are rising. Q told us, you're watching a movie. Well, we're at the climax where the good guys win and the evil empire falls. Prepare spiritually and physically. Stock up, stay frosty. Trust the plan harder than ever. The next few days, weeks could see EBS activations, major arrests broadcasted, and the fiat system imploding as Nasara Jassar rolls out. Gold-backed currency, debt jubilee, suppressed tech released. It's all coming. The cabal's great reset is being replaced by America's great awakening. Anons, this is why we fought through the smears, the bans, the doubt. We are the storm. Juan's message is crystal. Hold the line, pray like warriors, and watch the plan unfold perfectly. The deep state thought they could silence us. Wrong. Their time is up. Where we go one, we go all, forever. The end is near for them, and the beginning is here for us. Buckle up, patriots. Hell is unleashing on the wicked. Thursday, January 22nd. Major shock. Douglas McGregor drops checkmate bombshell. Trump's master move just ended the deep state game in 2026. 107 on Telegram. Colonel Douglas McGregor just unleashed a nuclear-level revelation that's sending shockwaves through the awake world. Trump has executed the ultimate checkmate, a strategic master stroke that has the globalist cabal, their Zionist handlers, and every traitor in D.C. completely cornered and finished. The game is over. McGregor lays it out crystal clear. Trump's coalition is locked in total dominance across every theater. The Arctic Golden Dome is rising fast. Greenland secured with ironclad permanent access. No more Russian or Chinese subs sneaking through the back door. ICBMs get smoked mid-flight over our frozen fortress. But that's just the opener. The real hammer, Trump's silent activation of declassified black projects and executive overrides that bypassed Congress, the Pentagon swamp, and every compromised general. Military tribunals are now fully operational behind the curtain. High-value targets vanishing nightly, replaced with doubles or simply erased. The Colonel confirms sealed indictments are flooding open at warp speed. Over 300,000 now unsealing in waves, hitting politicians, intelligence heads, big pharma killers, election fraud architects, and the entire network of Mossad, CIA cutouts who ran the show. Gitmo is at capacity. New black site facilities in undisclosed locations are processing around the clock. No public trials for the worst. Military justice is swift, final, and merciless. Traitors hang or disappear. No deals, no mercy. Trump's checkmate ties it all together. The quantum financial system is alive and unstoppable, draining trillions from elite offshore vaults while GCR payouts surge to verified patriots. The Fed is a corpse. Central banks worldwide are imploding, and the petrodollar slave system is ashes. McGregor warns the deep state is lashing out in desperation. Cyber false flags, staged blackouts, attempted coups, but white hat cyber legions and special forces neutralize every move before it breathes. The EBS is primed. When it drops, the world hears the unfiltered truth for the first time. This is endgame perfection. Trump did not just win an election, he dismantled the entire satanic matrix. The Zionist grip on finance, media, and governments is shattering. Their black-eyed puppets are falling like dominoes. McGregor's insider edge screams victory. The storm has peaked. Divine justice is raining down, and the Republic is reborn stronger, pure, unbreakable. The cabal thought they could outlast us. Trump proved them wrong in spectacular fashion. Patriots brace for the glory wave. Arrests accelerate hourly. Exposures detonate daily. The golden age crashes through their ruins. No escape for the wicked. Total victory for we the people. God's hand guides the sword. Trump's steel fist swings it. The deep state is checkmated. Game over, patriots win. Trust the plan. The checkmate is sealed. Where we go one, we go all. Trump reigns supreme. The storm delivers eternal freedom.
It's Friday. It's the 23rd of January 2026. And we're now starting to see the complete collapse of the old system. We've talked about it for a long time. But for those people who are watching, we're seeing the collapse of NATO. We're seeing the collapse of the UN. We're seeing the collapse of the EU. It's all falling apart. But when things fall apart, you need something to take its place. And of course, you've got the Board of Peace. Very interesting how it's playing out. I knew that this was all planned out a long time ago. I didn't know how it would roll out or how everything would work out. I knew the destination. I just didn't know the journey. For me, I've had to learn a lot of patience because the journey has been very different to what I would have imagined. But what we're seeing, if you take for an example the EU is full of unelected bureaucrats, most were rejected in their own countries. In the UK, Neil and Glenys Kinnock, rejected in the UK, top job in the EU. Ursula von der Leyen, rejected in their own country as a failure, top job in the EU. So when you let a lot of useless people that were rejected run something, why are you surprised that it failed? And then you look at their salaries, what they get paid, obscene amounts of money. But then on top of that, they're worth 5 to 10 times more than their salaries should be able to provide, which tells you they're on the take. And thanks to people like James O'Keefe, who infiltrated Davos They're quite smug about the fact that they're making fortunes out of the lies that they've perpetrated on the people. Whether it be the Green New Deal or net zero or climate change, or all of these things were done to line their pockets. And they're being caught. The good news, the very, very good news, is arrests are coming, and they're coming very soon. Morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. And speaking about good news, the United States has announced it's no longer a member of, drumroll, the World Health Organization.
My next story is one that's very close to my heart. I've said for 5 years, put your money into gold and silver. I stand by that. Because as you watch the old system collapse, you need to make sure that your future is secure. And for hundreds of years, gold and silver have been the safe place to put it. Now, during the course of this week, 75 metric tons of silver were due to leave JFK and head to London to go into the LBMA, the London bullion market. Didn't arrive. Plane didn't take off. The London bullion market is not technically empty, but it's very, very low. And after doing some significant research, for every single 1 ounce of real silver, the banks have created more than 250 ounces of paper silver. Fake silver. Doesn't exist. Now that's fine, as long as when people want it, you can pay it out. But in times like right now, when lots of people want it, silver, it's not there. They can't do it. And the banks are now saying, we haven't got the silver, but we can give you paper instead. People are going, no, we want silver. We don't want paper. We want silver. And they're going, well, we're going to give you 80 euros an ounce. No. I can't buy an ounce of silver in the UK for 80 euros. I've got to pay 120. 40% more. You told me you had my silver. We're watching it all fall apart in real time. I'm very, very glad that I buy my silver from people who are reputable, like Orvesta in Europe, like Noble Gold in America. Make sure that you get involved with the right people. True.
Next up, Putin says Russia is ready to contribute $1 billion to the board of peace from Russian assets frozen by previous US admin. Remaining frozen funds could be used to rebuild territories that suffered during hostilities between Russia and Ukraine once a peace deal is signed.
Once a peace deal is signed, well, the question is it peace as in peace and not war? Or is it a peace of Greenland? A peace of Venezuela? A peace of Taiwan? I don't know. It did make me smile when I heard that yesterday. But the board of peace, I hope it actually means peace and not war. Because we do need peace in the world and not war. And the whole idea of this board of peace is to replace NATO, the UN, the WHO, who are all pushing for war. And the reason they're pushing for war is because their agenda has failed. The EU has failed the people. You look at the whole of Europe, you look at the UK, their agenda has failed. So they need war to distract from the mess they've made. Well, that was the news on the 23rd of January 2026.
Thursday, January 22nd, 2026. Important today. Biggest news to break. Derek Johnson. President Trump is still the commander-in-chief under continuity of government protocols. The laws and orders signed during his first term, 13848, 13818, the National Emergencies, the Insurrection Act preparations never expired. They're active, enforced, and now being activated in real time. The military has been running a covert operation behind the facade of Biden and the stolen regime. Trump signed key revocations and continuations in March 2025 that partial revokes certain continuity aspects while keeping full military control intact. This means no transition happened. The chain remains unbroken. The biggest reveal, Trump is actively wielding these powers today. The troop deployments to Minnesota, the threats to invoke the Insurrection Act against deep state-fueled riots in blue cities, that's not random. It's the visible tip of the spear. White hats are using federal law to deploy forces domestically, crush insurrectionist elements, Antifa, Soros goons, open border traitors, and prepare for nationwide enforcement. California chaos. Minneapolis flashpoints, all setups to justify full activation. High-level traitors are being flushed out as the military moves under lawful orders. These are strategic military laws bigger than any one man. Trump is the executor, but the generals and alliance are driving. Partial revocations of continuity mean the fake administration is null. Trump's executive orders are live, seizing assets, blocking foreign interference, and setting up for the financial takedown. The field system is imploding, QFS is online, and the reset hits hardest where cabal's strongholds are crumbling. This is the moment we have waited for. Mass arrests accelerating, governors, senators, big tech overlords facing tribunals. Child trafficking networks exposed and dismantled. The storm isn't brewing, it's raging. Johnson warns the enemy is desperate, pushing distractions like fake alien reveals or engineered crises. But military intelligence has it all locked. EBS primed, disclosures incoming, and the Great Awakening turns into full reckoning. Patriots, this is the biggest news before it confirms we've been right all along. The military never handed over power. Trump commands, the deep state is finished. Hold fast. The next moves shatter the illusion completely. Trust the plan. It's not just winning, it's dominating. Nothing can stop what is coming. God wins. Where we go one, we go all, unbreakable. The end game is here. Patriots. Thursday, January 22nd, Representative Luna on the Epstein files. It's important to know why the files have been delayed. It's because Obama appointed Judge Paul Engelmeyer has ordered a second review of those documents and is now requiring certification of those documents by U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton while simultaneously blocking the appointment of a special counsel. This is causing major delays. Anna says she will be bringing forward a bill to impeach Judge Engelmeyer for obstructing the release of the Epstein files. As of today, the DOJ has completed a review of over 5 million documents conducted by over 500 attorneys, and they are ready to be released now. Thursday, January 22nd. Bombshell. The House Oversight Committee officially votes to hold Bill and Hillary Clinton in contempt of Congress for ignoring a subpoena. Bipartisan blow as Congress moves to arrest. Thursday, January 22nd. Operation Dome. U.S. secures total access to Greenland. Golden Dome air defense system to rise over Arctic front line. Thursday, January 22nd, life-saving instinct. Barron Trump called UK police after witnessing violent assault. Youngest son of president praised as hero in London courtroom. Thursday, January 22nd, breaking special report. Speaker Johnson announces $100 billion in tax refunds. 2026 tax season brings 10,000 pay bump for working families. For many, tax season was a nightmare. This year, it's a revolution. Voting fraud. Thursday, January 22nd, China's launching an all-out attack on our election systems through birthright citizenship. Over 1 million communists will vote in 2030. Peter Schweitzer breaks down exactly how it operates. The CCP has created an industrial scale model to exploit birthright citizenship in this country. Somebody is in the U.S. at the time they give birth. That child is automatically given U.S. citizenship. Roughly 100,000 Chinese nationals a year have been born in the U.S. They are then taken back to China, raised in China, going to CCP schools. When they turn 18, they're able to vote, donate to political campaigns, get government jobs in the U.S. The first wave of this will start cresting in 2030, when people say they want to be part of the American dream, immigrate, assimilate. No, it's been weaponized by these foreign actors, and China is particularly effective at doing so. Tuesday, January 20th, situation update, Trump's executive orders unleashed. Gitmo expanding fast. Global Alliance striking. The deep state is finished. Stormwatch 17 on Telegram. The storm has arrived. Executive orders are active. Gitmo is filling up. The global takedown is in motion. Patriots, this is the moment we've waited for. Right now on January 20th, President Trump's most powerful executive orders are live and ripping through the shadows. The ones they have hidden, the ones they mocked as conspiracy. They're executing sealed indictments, unsealing by the thousands. Military tribunals accelerating at Gitmo. The expansion is massive. New facilities, new wings, new tribunals running 24/7. High-profile traders, politicians, CEOs, media puppets, big pharma killers, central bankers are being processed. No pardons, no escapes. Justice is merciless and swift. Trump's global alliance is crushing the cabal worldwide. The White Hats aren't just operating in America. This is coordinated across borders. Allies in Russia, China, the real patriots, not the CCP facade, Europe, Middle East, all synchronized under Trump's command. The Rothschild banking empire collapsing under frozen assets and seized vaults. The Vatican black budget exposed and drained. The WHO, UN, WEF puppets, their emergency powers revoked, their leaders in crosshairs, Interpol red notices flying, extraditions happening overnight. The globalist network that sold humanity into slavery is being dismantled piece by piece. The executive orders you never heard about, now they're active. Declassification waves incoming, everything from election fraud proof to bioweapon origins. Adrenochrome networks, child trafficking rings tied to DC elites, orders for asset forfeiture on a historic scale, trillions clawed back from offshore havens and funneled straight to we the people via the restored republic. Nisara Jasara elements triggering, debt jubilee for citizens, gold-backed currency rollout, IRS abolition on the horizon. The quantum financial system is fully integrated. No more fiat fraud, no more inflation theft. Gitmo update. It's not a rumor, it's reality. Planes landing daily, high-value detainees in orange jumpsuits, military police everywhere. The tribunals are broadcasting select proceedings to wake the masses. Soon the full floodgates open. Names you know. Clinton's, Obama's inner circle, Fauci's handlers. Very scary times for the traitors, glorious for patriots. They thought they could outlast us. They were wrong. Trump never left power. He went dark to orchestrate the perfect sting. The military is loyal, Space Force watching from above. White Hats control the narrative now. Blackouts, cyber attacks, false flags, all smoke to cover the real operation. The cabal is cornered, broke, and terrified. Their end is here. Final strike. The republic rises, the tyrants fall. This situation update is the battle cry. Executive orders active. Gitmo overflowing. Global Alliance victorious. Share it everywhere. Wake the last sleepers. The Great Awakening is complete. The storm is peaking and we the people are reclaiming everything. Trump's plan was always winning. The deep state is dead. Freedom is reborn right now. God bless President Trump. God bless the warriors. Where we go one, we go all forever. The end of evil is here. Thursday, January 22nd, Georgia. There's footage of Georgia legislators and corporate lobbyists sitting together in backroom tables to write legislation, exposing the state of Georgia's compromised political system. The X-Files on Telegram. This is proof every state in America should have a Doge. Corporations sitting at the tables and writing the legislation. We can't show you what's behind this closed door, a place where legislators and corporate lobbyists have an equal vote, a place they don't want you to see. What happens in these back rooms? There are votes taken. They have the corporate folks at the same table voting with the legislators on what bills to pick, and that at its core just screams out inappropriate. You're telling me that in these rooms a corporation has an equal vote with a legislator or a piece of legislation? They absolutely vote, and the truth be told, they write the bills. Bills come complete with blanks where legislators need only fill in their state name. You know, this same thing goes on in every state across America. America is now a sovereign free republic. The cabal's U.S. Inc. has been defunded. President Donald Trump, Tuesday, January 20th, 2026. Judy note, it's the Great Awakening. There is only one way. President Donald Trump has given the green light. An emergency broadcast system activation was imminent. The U.S. braces for a military takeover. The global military alliance was underway to take over major fake news media and make mass arrests. GCR and NISARA monies have been unleashed to the people. God wins. Pete Hegseth, U.S. Secretary of War, Wednesday, January 21st, 2026. On Tuesday, January 20th, 2026, from Cheyenne Mountain, President Trump confirmed that the Quantum Digital Asset Initiative was live as a rollout of gold-backed digital currency under military oversight dispersed across the world. This meant that America was now a sovereign free republic under common law. Pedophile cabals, privately owned by foreign bankers, U.S. Inc. had been defunded. No more foreign rule, no more admiralty law. Warning, a black swan event incoming. Banks, stock market, and real estate market were all set to crash. You were advised to get your money out of the bank in cash, even though bank accounts had been mirrored onto the new quantum financial system. There would be 10 days of darkness where banks would be closed and ATMs not working. Years ago, the U.S. was conquered from within by foreign interests who bought our politicians. Trump was cleaning up the mess while the corrupt establishment was trying to stop him by any means necessary. In just 1 year in office, President Trump has reclaimed American sovereignty by boldly pursuing peace through strength. He has prevented 8 different wars among countries, and the fiat U.S. dollar that was not being accepted for international trade was turned into gold-backed currency, welcomed worldwide. Because of President Trump's decisive leadership, our financial future was now secure. Our allies respected us, our adversaries feared us, and the American people were put first. For centuries, the Satan-worshiping and the world inside a financial illusion of fiat currency that has failed. Then Trump and the BRICS nations established the new quantum financial system across the globe. Now gold was returning as law to people of 209 nations. The global currency reset has now crossed the point of no return, bringing forth the promised prosperity under NISARA GCR. The RV had been quietly launched, with exchanges for Tier 4B groups with secure QFS accounts already quietly beginning to be notified and called in for appointments. The Tier 4B ZIM holder notification window was suspected to be any time from now through Saturday, January 24th. Patriot humanitarians in Tier 4B across the world who exchange foreign currencies and redeem ZIM bonds will be using their monies to build, produce, and restore a nation and world that was drained from within. Full QFS activation for the general public was set for Sunday, February 1st, 2026. The QFS was the end of financial mirage manipulation for all people across the globe. All fraudulent debts under the old fiat system are to be forgiven. Mortgages, credit cards, student loans, and national debts. will dissolve, freeing humanity from cabal enslavement. Funds will flow through the quantum financial system, protected by quantum encryption and accessible via Q phones for the redeemed. Global currency reset. Tuesday, January 20th, 2026. Exposed. The birth bond deception is real. $169 trillion bond scam. CUSIP coded at birth, branded by the system, and sold into global debt slavery. Tuesday, January 20th, Trump has authorized the switch, confirmed from Cheyenne Mountain. The Quantum Digital Asset Initiative is live in preparation mode. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. President Trump has approved the QFS framework and the rollout of a gold-backed digital currency under military oversight. Tier 4B wallets are now in active synchronization. Internal test transfers are running through Zurich, Dubai, Singapore, and Texas under Project Delta Phoenix. The legacy financial system is losing control. SWIFT is being phased out. The future is quantum. On February 1st, 2026, full activation commences. This is the execution point. Banking infrastructure will shift to the QFS grid. The era of fiat reaches its end stage. Wall Street is on edge. The media remains silent, but the signal is already active. The quantum economy is entering operational phase. The grid is ready. The re-inhabited Republic for the United States of America is the actual de jure government that our founding fathers gave us and which was abandoned in 1871 when a corporation took over Washington, D.C. and eventually every level of government in the country. How to save America. Join President Trump, help him take down the corrupt corporation and restore the Republic. Want to hold a seat in the Republic for the United States of America? For more information and history on the Republic for the United States of America, America Under Attack with Charlie Ward, Sandy Marecki, and Paul Brooker. Tuesday, January 20th, it begins. Military tribunals, secret operations, and the silent war to save the Republic. The Military Commission Act is now active. Tuesday, January 20th, boom. Grand jury activated. DOJ served subpoenas to Minnesota officials, including Governor Tim Walz's, AG Ellison's, and Minneapolis Mayor Frey's offices. Monday, January 19th, bombshell. Q Plus confirms U.S. military troops placed. Shun evil. The final storm is raging right now. Cabal's end is near. Or is here. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Q Plus, Trump himself has spoken. U.S. military troops are fully positioned across the nation and key global hotspots, locked, loaded, and ready to shun evil in the most biblical sense. The deep state Satanists and Luciferian elite are surrounded and out of time. This isn't preparation anymore. The final military phase is active right this second, with white hats executing the plan at warp speed. The veil is shredded. Truth is flooding in. Over 800,000 sealed indictments unsealing like machine gun fire. High-profile traitors, politicians, bankers, Hollywood monsters, fake clergy, already snatched in night raids or cornered in their bunkers. Gitmo expanded to bursting. New black sites operational, tribunals running nonstop with swift military justice for the worst offenders, executions for confirmed high-level pedos, and bioweapon architects already confirmed. No mercy, no appeals, no escape. The child rescue ops have hit unimaginable scale. Millions freed from dumbs and tunnels. Horrors documented, perpetrators dragged into the light and facing eternal reckoning. Nasara Jasara is detonating behind the scenes. Your freedom is live. Debt jubilee slamming shut on mortgages. Student loans, credit card slavery wiped for patriots who held fast. Prosperity packages loading massive transfers from claw back to cabal trillions. Gold, acid-backed rainbow currency flowing through QFS channels. No more Fed theft. No more inflation, robbery. Taxes slashed to oblivion. IRS beast gutted and dying. Your sovereign share of America's reclaimed wealth. Life-changing generational fortunes is hitting accounts now. Divine payback for decades of suffering. EBS is at the breaking point. Blackout imminent any hour. The emergency broadcast system overrides everything. 10 to 14 days of raw, uncut exposure. Election fraud servers, trafficking network maps. What we think we know as of Thursday, January 22nd, 2026. On Tuesday, January 19th, Mexico said it has handed 37 suspected members of organized crime gangs over to the United States, whose President Donald Trump has threatened ground attacks against drug cartels there. Tuesday, January 20th, last warning. Everything will be shaken. Patriots, this is the final alert. The system is crashing tonight. Everything you know is about to be violently shaken to the core. The deep state's fake empire is imploding right this second. Banks on the verge of total lockdown. Cash limits, wire transfers frozen, accounts tracked and seized. This isn't coming, it's here. The fractional reserve scam collapses. Liquidity crisis hits full force. Your money? Trapped unless you're awake and prepared. The collapse sequence is activated. First, bank cap withdrawals. $500 limits per person starting immediately. Then wires blocked. Funds monitored like never before. The same playbook that destroyed Greece and others now targets America. This is pattern recognition, not fear. The cabal's control grid is shattering. Their counterfeit system dies tonight. Larry Ballard, decades in finance, energy, and construction on Telegram. Wednesday, January 21st, 2026, U.S. Special Operations rescued 170 children hours before airstrikes hit Caracas. Shadow of Ezra on Telegram. And Wednesday, January 21st, JAG hangs Michelle Obama, a.k.a. Michael Robinson. Wednesday, January 21st, bomb threat on Air Force One. Wednesday, January 21st, 2026, President Trump says he will impose 10% tariffs on countries beginning February 1st, including Denmark, Germany, France, and the United Kingdom, over their opposition to the United States seizing Greenland. Those tariffs will then increase to 25% in June until a deal is reached for the U.S. to acquire Greenland. Update, President Trump says he and NATO Secretary General Rutte have agreed on a framework for a future deal on Greenland and the Arctic, prompting him to drop the previously threatened 10% tariffs on Denmark and other European nations. Wednesday, January 21st, Sprint and Verizon ports were found directly on U.S. electronic voting machines. When they told you that the machines weren't connected to the internet, even under oath, computer experts made their own search program and found over 35 voting machines across the U.S. still connected to the internet, even though there are no elections going on. Experts also found that the software used in our elections was able to remotely access voting machines and manipulate votes without even waking up the machine, keeping the screen black at the physical location of the voting machine. This would mean nobody would even know someone was accessing the machine remotely and making changes. Wednesday, January 21st, 2026, new filings show teachers' unions are funneling millions of taxpayer dollars to the Democrat Party. They're also sending our taxpayer money to George Soros. Dark money groups, far-left organizations, and money is being used to rig gerrymandering and for protests. These are not private donations. The money has been identified as taxpayer money. The NEA's last fiscal year report showed it sent $300,000 to the 1630 fund. The liberal dark money group, and in most cases exclusively, tens of thousands of dollars to the George Soros Tide Foundation network. The NEA was also involved in several state issues. It backed a campaign to end standardized testing in Massachusetts and fight gerrymandering in Ohio to the tune of $500,000 for each of those, and it sent hundreds of thousands of additional money to groups committed to racial and education justice movements. Records show how the National Education Association funneled millions of dollars of your taxpayer cash to far-left political groups. Labor Department records revealing that the National Education Association, the nation's largest teachers union, has funneled millions of dollars in taxpayer money to far-left political groups. Wednesday, January 21st, Chuck Schumer just openly admitted the plan. If Democrats take the House Senate in 2026, they will roll back every single DOGE cut. Trump puts it in place. 100% of it, no compromise, no review. Just restore the waste, restore the grift. Wednesday, January 21st, Iran historic massacre of protesters. Ayatollah Khomeini celebrates mass murder, declares victory. We broke the back of the rioters, Geller report. Wednesday, January 21st, Labor Secretary Chavez under investigation. Tuesday, January 20th, alert in bombshell revelation, U.S. moves to buy Greenland for $706 billion. $100,000 payouts confirmed by top White House officials for 57,000 residents. AMG News. Wednesday, January 21st, Trump bombshell at Davos. Supreme Court targets the Fed as Trump fights to dismantle central bank tyranny. MAGA versus monetary deep state begins now. Wednesday, January 21st, 2026. Boom, FBI firestorm. Kash Patel targets Minnesota officials in explosive immigration probe. AMG News. Wednesday, January 21st, special report. Trump signs executive order to ban Wall Street from buying family homes. The American dream is not for sale. Wednesday, January 21st, bombshell from Davos. Scott Bessent obliterates Newsom, Soros, and Kamala. Elitist hypocrites. Economically illiterate and morally bankrupt. Wednesday, January 21st, massive news. Operation Payback. Trump announces $2,000 tariff dividend checks coming for Americans. We can do it without Congress. And Wednesday, January 21st, from tribunals to clones, doubles, actors, transvestites, CGI, and holograms. The illusion is so real, it became normalized.
Morning. It's Thursday. It's the 22nd of January 2026. It's the morning after the night before. And what a day it was in Davos yesterday. Of course, Scott Bessent opened it all up by just opening the door a little bit for Donald Trump to come in and explain to them that their whole agenda, the World Economic Forum, the Davos crew, the global so-say elite, that's what they call themselves, their ideologies have failed. And they have no value moving forward. They've destroyed Europe. They've destroyed the UK. They've destroyed the United States. And those days are over. And Donald Trump made that very, very clear, that their Green New Deal and their net zero and climate change and polar ice caps melting and all the lies that they've given us, all they've done is destroy Europe, the UK and the US. And those days are over, and they're still now clutching at straws. Some have woken up already and are going, okay. And they now know they're up against it. Mainstream media are desperate to find a narrative because their whole narrative has been destroyed. And they're desperate to come out with something. But nothing is working. And we're watching Donald Trump. He is very much like a bull in a china shop. And he's backing into every shelf he possibly can. And lots of people are getting offended by it, which is really good news, because these people need to be offended. Because what they've done is offensive. They've destroyed Europe. They've destroyed the UK. You only have to look in these cities. Look in London, look in Paris, look in Madrid, look in Milan. How they've destroyed beautiful cities and turned them into ghettos. The same in America. I've been over there. The amount of homelessness, the amount of destruction, the amount of violence. It's all because of pathetic policies by the so-say elite, which is coming to an end, thank God. Morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. France has asked NATO to hold joint military exercises in Greenland, according to French media citing President Emmanuel Macron's office. The move comes as US President Donald Trump ramps up effort to gain control of the Danish Arctic territory, citing security concerns involving Russia and China. Denmark and Greenland insist the island's status is not negotiable. Reports say France wants NATO-wide drills, which would require US participation to signal support for Danish sovereignty. Trump has dismissed European objections and warned of possible tariffs. Further raises tensions with the alliance.
This is all part of the movie. This is all part of the pantomime. And for me, it's entertaining to watch because I know what happens. And yes, the US does take control of Greenland. And yes, Russia does take control of Crimea. It's all been dealt with behind the scenes. But we're watching this movie play out. The funny part of this movie, when Macron is talking about NATO defending Greenland, but can we have some money from America, please, Mr. Trump, to help defend against you? This is the kind of intelligent politicians that we've got in Europe, that they're asking people like the US for money to defend against the US. You can't make this stuff up. And for those people who don't believe it's a movie, there's hard proof. It's comical. But I can assure you, what's happening at the moment, everything, whether it's Greenland or Iran or Venezuela, it's all to cover up and distract from the collapse of the old financial system. And they don't want you to know about the collapse of the banking system. And there's a very good reason why they don't want you to know. Because they don't want you taking your money, your pension fund, out of the bank. Because they need it to buy silver and gold to back their position to be Basel III compliant. So if you take your money out, they've got nothing to buy with. And even when they do buy the silver and gold to back their position, they won't have enough money. So they'll go bankrupt anyway. And your money will disappear. Gone forever. I did warn you about this before. But all of the distraction is to take your mind away and your eyes away from the complete collapse of the old financial system. Are you awake yet?
Next up, Western-backed investigators in Ukraine have filed criminal charges against 9 suspects in a major corruption case tied to so-called green energy subsidiaries. Authorities say the scheme funneled millions from the state budget by billing for electricity that was never produced, allegedly from solar farms located in Russian-controlled territory. Anti-corruption prosecutors estimate the losses are more than $3 million and say the operation was led by a former senior official in President Zelensky's inner circle. Surprise, surprise, searches were carried out across Germany and Austria as part of the probe, while suspects deny wrongdoings. Investigators say the case exposes serious abuse at the highest levels of Ukraine's energy sector.
It's very, very easy to point the finger at Ukraine. And yes, we all know Ukraine is very, very corrupt. And you only have to look at the very, very basics of what the politicians' salaries are and how much their net worth is. Their net worth against their salary is something like 10 to 20 times. So how did they get all this money? But then don't just look at Ukraine. Look at the EU. Look at the UK. Look at elements of the US. They're all at it. All of the scams that the World Economic Forum promoted, net zero, Green New Deal, was all about providing extra income for the super rich and taking it out of the poorest people's pockets. That's called slavery. I'll leave you with that thought on Thursday, the 22nd of January, 2026. Don't be a slave. Stand up for your rights, because if you don't stand up for them, they'll take them away. Have a good day.
Wednesday, January 21st. Michael warned that California was about to become the epicenter of the storm. Big moves inbound, massive game-changing operations that will expose the deep state's last strongholds and flip the script forever. JACO's sources, military insiders, high-level white hat assets are screaming that the cabal's grip on the Golden State is cracking wide open. Think human trafficking hubs in LA and San Francisco, elite pedo rings protected by corrupt officials, and foreign invaders pouring across borders with deep state approval. California has been their playground for decades. Rigged elections, weaponized wildfires, bioweapon testing, and satanic rituals in Hollywood basements. But the White Hats are done playing. Big moves mean special forces insertions, covert raids, and high-value target extractions happening behind the scenes as we speak. This ties directly into the broader plan. Trump's Shadow Command is activating sleeper units nationwide. The 1,500 troop deployments to Minnesota were just the warm-up. California is next for escalation. Expect black swan events engineered to justify full military lockdown. False flags from Antifa, BLM cells, engineered blackouts or staged natural disasters to mask the real action. Mass arrests of governors, mayors, tech tyrants, and Hollywood elites are imminent. Tribunals are prepped, evidence mountains are compiled, and executions for treason are already rolling in secret facilities. JACO emphasizes the danger. The cabal is cornered and desperate. They're unleashing everything, chemtrails ramping up, directed energy weapons on standby, sleeper cells activating for chaos. But the military alliance is steps ahead. Quantum tech is tracking every move, EBS on standby for the big reveal, and the financial reset is hitting hardest in blue strongholds like California, where fiat empires collapse first. Gold and silver are skyrocketing because the QFS is live and the old system is dying. Patriots, California isn't falling. It's being liberated. The land of fruits and nuts is turning into ground zero for justice. The Great Awakening hits fever pitch here. Normies will witness cartels dismantled, child rescue ops broadcast, and traitors in cuffs on live feeds. Nino, SG, Anon, Bosi, all pointing to the same timeline. The storm isn't coming, it's here. And California lights the fuse for nationwide reckoning. Stay frosty, hold the line, no fear. Only fury for the evil we've endured. The big moves are coming fast. Days, not weeks. Trust the plan. It's brutal, it's beautiful, and it's winning. Nothing can stop what is coming. God wins. Where we go one, we go all strong. Wednesday, January 21st, urgent message. I'm exposing the whole damn shitstorm. The veil is torn, patriots, and the truth is burning hot. They thought they could hide forever. They were wrong. The shitstorm is fully exposed, and it's coming for them all. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Right now, January 21st, 2026, Sheila Home is dropping the mother of all truth bombs. The entire satanic web they've spun for generations is unraveling in front of our eyes. This isn't small leaks anymore. It's the full damn storm hitting land. Child trafficking networks tied straight to DC, Hollywood, the Vatican, European royals, and global banking dynasties. Names you know, faces you've seen on TV. They are all implicated in rituals, underground tunnels, and black budget horrors that make your blood boil. The deep state's darkest secrets are out, and they can't put the lid back on. Home is naming the players, the fake charities funneling kids, the philanthropists who buy silence, the politicians who sign off on it all, the bioweapon shots, part of the same depopulation playbook. Weaken the herd, harvest the strong. control the survivors. But the real kicker, military intelligence has the hard evidence now. Videos, documents, survivor testimonies, mountains of it. White hats are moving in coordinated strikes. Gitmo is overflowing with these monsters. New tribunals are live, broadcasting select confessions to shatter the normies awake. No more cover-ups, no more conspiracy theory dismissals. The proof is undeniable, and it's flooding out. They sold our children, they poisoned our bodies, they stole our future. Now they pay. The storm isn't coming, it's here. Tunnel systems mapped and collapsing under controlled demolitions. High-profile arrests happening in the dead of night. Planes landing, black vans rolling, orange suits waiting. The Rothschilds, Rockefeller, Soros network. Assets frozen, accounts drained, empires crumbling. The Vatican archives being gutted. UN's child protection facade exposed as the trafficking front it always was. Trump executive orders are the hammer. D-class waves, asset seizures, military authority overriding corrupted courts, Nisara principles igniting, stolen wealth returned, debt slavery ended, sovereignty restored. Very urgent. This is biblical justice unfolding. They wanted us divided, scared, compliant. Instead, we are united, furious, and armed with unbreakable truth. Patriots worldwide are rising, prayers turning to action, knowledge turning to power. The satanic pedo cabal is terrified because they know their time is up. No escape, no mercy. The shitstorm they created is swallowing them whole. Military is loyal, Space Force has the high ground, White Hats control the board, false flags crushed before launch. The Matrix is imploding and the light is winning big. Final strike, expose, fight, win. They're done. This urgent message is the war cry. Share it like your life depends on it, because it does. Wake every last one. The whole damn shitstorm is exposed. The monsters are cornered, and we, the people, are delivering the final blow. They thought they owned us. Now they burn in their own hell right now. God bless the truth warriors. God bless Sheila Home. God bless President Trump. Where we go one, we go all forever. Their evil ends. Our victory explodes. The storm is ours. Wednesday, January 21st, Black American explains why you only see white liberals protesting for Democrats and not black people anymore. Return of Q on Telegram. You know why you're not seeing a lot of black people out there protesting against ICE? You know why you're seeing predominantly white people only at these events? It's because back in 2020, the Democrats utilized the black demographic to go out and riot and act like a fool. And they said, oh, if you just elect us, we'll give you the reparations and we'll force the police to wear body cameras and all these wonderful, amazing things, right? So black people showed up like we are known to do, and we voted up and down for one side of the aisle. And what do we get for it? Nothing. As usual, because many of us never learn. But now here in 2026, we're seeing individuals who were slavishly devoted to the Democrat Party. Now they're seeing the Democrats over their entire 4 years in office under Joe Biden. They went out of their way to ingratiate themselves to illegal immigrants. And they sometimes prioritized illegal immigrants, even in black communities, ahead of black American citizens. And black people are sitting there saying, wait, you said you were going to give us reparation, YZ. We got nothing for it. So the silver lining is a lot of people are waking up and realizing the Democrats are only courting their next prospective voting bloc. They want to exploit illegal immigrants for an entire generation, much like they've supported the black community for the previous several generations. So if you're wondering why you only see predominantly white liberals out here acting a fool, rioting and protesting against ICE, it's because ICE is threatening their ability to cater to that next demographic, and that they desperately want to lock in for an entire generation. And that's just the God's honest truth. Wednesday, January 21st, Mexico said Tuesday it has handed 37 suspected members of organized crime gangs over to the United States, whose President Donald Trump has threatened ground attacks against drug cartels there. It was the third such handover in about a year, bringing the total to 92. The government said it did not state the suspected criminals' nationalities. The announcement came just over a week after President Claudia Sheinbaum discussed security with Trump. told him a U.S. troop deployment in Mexico was not on the table. Trump had said land attacks against cartels would follow recent U.S. maritime operations in the Pacific and Caribbean without specifying where or when. Sheinbaum has stepped up the extradition of cartel leaders and reinforced border cooperation, but has repeatedly voiced opposition to any military intervention. She has pointed to a 50% decrease in fentanyl seizures at the U.S. southern border and the seizure of hundreds of tons of drugs as proof of the success of her policies. Since seizing Venezuela's president from Caracas, Trump has also made threats against other leftist governments in the region, including Cuba, Colombia, and Mexico. Mexico's Public Security Secretary said on X Tuesday the group most recently expelled would not risk the death penalty in the U.S. under an agreement with Washington. The alleged criminals were flown to Washington, New York, Pennsylvania, San Antonio, and San Diego aboard 7 military aircraft, he added. Among those handed over was Pedro Insunza Noriega, wanted by the United States on drug trafficking charges. In February 2025, Mexico handed over another group of 29 alleged drug traffickers, including Rafael Caro Quintero, suspected in the murder of DEA agent Enrique Kiki Camarena in 1985. Wednesday, January 21st. Grand jury activated. DOJ moves on top of Minnesota officials. Washington, D.C., January 20th, 2026. The U.S. Department of Justice has dramatically escalated its confrontation with Minnesota's political leadership by activating a grand jury and issuing subpoenas to multiple high-ranking state and city official offices. Among those targeted are the offices of Tim Walz, Keith Ellison, Jacob Frey. Federal agents, including the FBI, are demanding internal communications, records, and decision-making documents as part of a widening probe into whether Minnesota officials unlawfully obstructed federal immigration enforcement. The investigation centers on resistance to large-scale ICE operations tied to Operation Metro Surge in the Twin Cities. This is not a routine inquiry. By convening a grand jury, federal prosecutors have unlocked the power to compel testimony, seize records, and lay the groundwork for potential indictments. The move signals that investigators believe political opposition may have crossed into legally actionable interference. Tensions between Washington and Minnesota leadership have been building for months. State and city officials openly criticized the federal immigration surge, arguing it damaged community trust and public safety. Well, you know what else damages community trust? I don't know. Could that be fraud and theft by Somalians? Especially following a fatal enforcement-related incident in early January, federal authorities are now examining whether those statements and policies went beyond dissent and into coordinated obstruction. Minnesota leaders have responded forcefully, calling the subpoenas politically motivated. Yeah, we just don't like seeing our tax money being stolen, and warning of federal overreach. Supporters frame the DOJ action as intimidation. Critics argue the investigation is long overdue. At the heart of the case is a simple but explosive question. Where does protected political speech end, and where does criminal interference with federal law begin? What happens next is critical. If officials must turn over records and may be called before the grand jury, prosecutors will assess whether the evidence supports criminal charges. With the grand jury now active, this conflict has entered a new phase. The legal machinery is moving, the stakes are rising, and the outcome could redefine the balance of power between federal authority and state resistance. The investigation is live, the pressure is real, and the political fallout is just the beginning. Wednesday, January 21st, the secret to understanding the war between Trump and the deep state is understanding Saudi Arabia. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Prince Al-Walid bin Talal and the Naya faction of the Saudi royal family controlled Obama and Hillary and many other Western politicians. The Saudis were the puppet masters and Western politicians the puppets. That's why the first trip Trump made as POTUS in 2017 was to Saudi Arabia, and why shortly after Trump left Saudi Arabia, They had a change in leadership and the biggest corruption purge in history. King Salman rescinded the crown from Nayef, awarded the crown to Trump's ally MBS bin Salman, and a few months later, Nayef and Prince Alwid bin Talal were hanging upside down in the Ritz-Carlton in Riyadh and charged with treason. Contrary to the official public story, Trump and the U.S. military were responsible for the corruption purge and arrests of high-profile Saudis in November 2017. No one else could have done it. The same thing they did to Maduro, they did to the Saudi puppet masters. Only this operation was done covertly and with the cooperation of King Salman and Crown Prince bin Salman. Trump and the U.S. military already neutralized the deep state puppet masters in 2017, and they have been purging the deep state network ever since. Now Trump and the U.S. military are preparing the U.S. for a corruption purge like the one in Saudi Arabia, only this time to clean up the puppets. That's why the Dems desperately don't want the Insurrection Act invoked, because they don't want the U.S. military free to engage in law enforcement on U.S. soil and doing a massive corruption purge here in the U.S. like they did in Saudi Arabia. That's the secret to the entire game. The U.S. was conquered from within by foreign interests who bought our politicians, and Trump is cleaning up the mess, while the corrupt establishment tried to stop him by any means necessary. What happened in Saudi Arabia will happen here, and the enemy knows it. Wednesday, January 21st. They didn't just lie, they built the world on lies. Now it's cracking. Nisar Jasar exposed on Telegram. They never told you who really controls the money. They never told you why debt is permanent. They never told you why wars never end. They never told you why politicians never go to jail. They never told you why banks get bailed out and people don't. They never told you why truth is labeled misinformation. They never told you why censorship is called safety. They never told you why history keeps getting rewritten. They never told you why children are targeted first. They never told you why fear is pushed 24/7. They never told you why division is promoted everywhere. They never told you why whistleblowers disappear. They never told you why media always speaks with one voice. They never told you why elections never fix anything. They never told you why inflation is called normal. They never told you why owning nothing is framed as freedom. They never told you why surveillance is called protection. They never told you why borders matter for some, not for others. They never told you why truth needs fact checkers. They never told you why food is being poisoned. They never told you why health became a business. They never told you why compliance is rewarded. They never told you why obedience is praised. They never told you why faith is attacked. They never told you why family is undermined. And they never told you why gold is suppressed. They never told you why cash is disappearing. They never told you why digital control is inevitable. They never told you why questioning is dangerous. They never told you because if you knew, you wouldn't obey. This was never about left versus right. It was always about control versus freedom. The lies are failing, the spell is breaking, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. President Trump has given the green light for EBS activation. The Great Reset has begun. Fiat US dollar collapsing, banks freezing accounts. Trump to invoke Insurrection Act. National Guard has been activated, triggering military lockdown, media blackout, exposure of Satan-worshipping cabal. All flights to be grounded, airspace restricted. Trump's White Hat Global Military Alliance has been busy cleaning out the cabal. It has been reported by the alliance that Charlie Kirk is alive, safe and under their protection. I guess he's in Valhalla after all. While his wife, Erica Kirk, believed to have planned his assassination, was in custody and singing like a canary about the entire CIA cabal network, named states, handlers, even which TP USA events were used as cover for cabal meetings. On Friday, January 16th, 2026, leaked Turning Point USA internal documents proved that years ago, Erica Kirk was embedded as a CIA handler who directly ordered the hit on Charlie Kirk. Charlie was getting too close to the truth about election fraud tied to elite donors, the globalist infiltration of the MAGA movement, and exposing Big Pharma. Famed reporter Tucker Carlson believes Putin was actively considering wiping out the UK and Germany with nuclear weapons, according to Sergei Karaganov, a Putin friend and advisor. If the Ukraine war continues at this tempo for a year or two more, Russia, will eliminate the UK and Germany with nuclear weapons. Well, they're the ones behind this Ukraine proxy war. They just don't want to stop it. They're the ones obstructing peace. And I don't blame Russia for getting upset about it. Putin's forces have rescued thousands of children from the Nazi Ukraine underground tunnels and U.S. bioweapon lab experiments. Ukraine is considered a center of the Zionist and the main reason Russia is recapturing the area. The long-awaited global currency reset has crossed the point of no return, with redemption appointments set to begin in a 5-day rollout continuing through Friday, January 23rd. The quantum financial system was fully operational, ensuring secure asset-backed payouts for Tier 4B exchanges and ZIM redemptions. Exchanges will prioritize humanitarian projects, with rates reflecting the new gold standard currencies. Monday, January 19, 2026, massive economic shockwave. Trump's plan is generating $200 billion a year without debt as Nasara flows begin moving through QFS, Nasara network on Telegram. January 2026 marks the moment years of preparation snap into execution. Donald Trump has carried out one of the most strategic financial maneuvers of his presidency, quietly, methodically, and on his own timeline. What is unfolding now is not theory or speculation. Real money is moving. The shift began with a simple reversal of the system. Instead of borrowing, printing, or taxing Americans, Trump forced capital to flow back into the United States. In fiscal year 2025, tariff revenue surged to roughly $195 billion, more than double the prior year. Early fiscal year 2026 accelerated even further, pulling in $34.3 billion in a single month. This is not debt. This is not inflation. This is direct cash flow extracted from foreign exporters and multinational supply chains tied to globalist networks. At the same time, federal auditors and recovery teams moved into the darkest corners of government finance, where $233 to $521 billion per year vanished into waste, fraud, and improper payments. Since 2003, those losses total nearly $2.8 trillion, driven by shell contractors, pipelines that were never dismantled. Once even a fraction of that money is frozen, clawed back, and redirected, the entire financial map changes. That hidden groundwork is why a controlled reset became possible without collapsing the dollar overnight. The reset was built on real money flows by January 2026. The math was already aligned. Approximately $200 billion per year in tariff inflows, $60 to $130 billion per year recovered or prevented from fraud, structural fixes saving more than $200 billion annually going forward. Over a decade, this equals trillions in balance sheet repair without raising taxes or triggering hyperinflation. That scale is exactly what is required to absorb debt forgiveness frameworks, re-index currency into asset-backed structures, redirect seized elite funds into new systems. Nasara is moving through QFS quietly. The fiat system is being wound down in phases. Elite slush funds, offshore accounts, and interference pipelines are being frozen, audited, and converted under Treasury and military oversight. At the center of this transition is QFS, the quantum financial system, secure ledger indexing, asset-backed tied to real value, and seized reserves. Large transfers, some in the hundreds of billions, are already moving under encryption. This is not taxpayer money. It is tariff revenue, fraud recovery, and seized global capital being reassigned. Most people will not notice until after the dust settles. Why elites hate this model? This structure dismantles NGO laundering networks, shell contractors billing for nothing, emergency programs that never ended, offshore vaults hiding stolen wealth, multinationals exploiting U.S. markets without paying back. Trump turned trade imbalances into revenue and corruption into recoverable capital. January 2026. Execution, not preparation. The staging phase is over. Right now, the old debt-based fiat web is being dismantled in mapped segments. Seized wealth is being routed into controlled channels. NESARA frameworks are running in closed systems first. QFS indexing determines access, visibility, and readiness. Final point, this wealth transfer flows from tariffs on foreign and elite supply chains, decades of fraud and waste clawbacks, seized off ledger funds, and into a new ledger, a new rail, and a new hierarchy. NESARA is the framework, QFS. Monday, January 19th, Benjamin Fulford, urgent emergency. They were all executed at Gitmo. The cabal's top tier wiped out. Patriots, this is the kill shot we've been waiting for. Benjamin Fulford just confirmed the unthinkable. Right now, on January 16, 2026, the highest level deep state criminals have been executed at Gitmo. No trials for these monsters. Straight to military justice after ironclad evidence sealed their fate. The White Hats delivered swift, merciless retribution, and the cabal's command structure lies in ruins. The executions that just went down. Top-tier puppets and puppet masters gone forever. Think Rothschild bloodline remnants, Rockefeller heirs, Soros clones, Gates doubles, Fauci-level bioweapon architects, Vatican high priests, Hollywood elite pedo rings, leaders, and central banker overlords, all convicted of crimes against humanity, ritual abuse, treason, financial enslavement, no appeals, no mercy, their soul sent straight where they belong. Gitmo at maximum capacity turned execution central. Underground facilities expanded. Black site tribunals ran 24/7. Over 300 high-value targets processed in the last 48 hours alone. Broadcast internally to break remaining holdouts. The stench of fear is thick. Survivors are singing like canaries, exposing the entire network. NESARA GCR surges forward, unopposed now. With the head of the snake decapitated, debt forgiveness rolls out globally at warp speed. Every fraudulent loan erased, homes returned, freedom restored. Quantum financial system locks in fully. Gold-backed currencies flooding nations. Trillions clawed back from cabal offshore vaults hit Patriot accounts. Zim redemptions exploding, prosperity packages dropping like manna from heaven, the elite's stolen wealth funds, the great awakening. EBS countdown hits 0. Emergency broadcast system activates imminently. Screens commandeered for weeks of hardcore disclosure. Military runs point. Space Force secures the perimeter. Restored Republic solidifies. No more false flags work. Attempts crushed instantly. The cabal's occult power shattered. Their rituals failed. Divine intervention flipped the board. Humanity reclaims sovereignty. Monday, January 19th, 2026. 19th Presidential Cabinet, President of the USA, Donald J. Trump, Vice President of the USA, John F. Kennedy Jr. People often tell me I could be a great man. I'd rather be a good man. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Monday, January 19th, 2026. Judgment Day. Trump prepares national broadcast to announce a massive event. Military already positioned, deep state arrests incoming, Insurrection Act to be declared, National Guard under federal command. America will never be the same, Gazette Teller. Monday, January 19, 2026, DHS just loaded up busloads of illegals and flew them straight out of Minneapolis. Democrat voters going back home. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Monday, January 19, 2026, actor David Spade raising awareness that a bill was introduced in California to audit where the $20 billion in missing homeless money went. It passed, but then Gavin Newsom vetoed the bill to block the investigation. He is so evil. Friday, January 16, 2026. Thousands of Albertans are lined up for the second weekend in a row to sign a petition making Canada the 51st state of the United States. All around the world, people want to have Donald Trump as their president. Monday, January 19th, Jacob Rothschild. My family created Israel. Israel is a fake state created by the Satan-worshipping Rothschild bankers to ensure there was a continuous war between the true Jewish people and the Israelites. For centuries, bankers have made big money by funding both sides of wars. Benjamin Fulford on Telegram. Monday, January 19, 2026. Secretary Marco Rubio and the State Department are now expected to permanently cut off aid to Somalia after the third world nation demolished a warehouse with 76 tons of USA food, per Daily Wire. Monday, January 19, 2026. An affidavit from a high-ranking military official under oath who was present when Smartmatic Systems was designed, stated, Smartmatic was designed in a way that the system can change the vote of each voter without being detected. Monday, January 19th, we have a link, FBI and ICE raid Minneapolis network. You won't believe what they found. On Sunday, February 1st, sanctuary jurisdictions, states and cities that have refused to enforce immigration laws will be cut off from all federal funding, according to a newly signed executive order of President Trump. This includes the states of California, New York, Illinois, Oregon, Washington, Colorado, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Connecticut, Vermont, and Rhode Island, with cities and counties such as New York City, LA, San Francisco, Seattle, Portland, Chicago, Boston, Denver, Philadelphia, Minneapolis, Baltimore, Santa Clara County, Cook County, and Multnomah County targeted. Sunday, January 18th, watch. German soldiers withdraw from Greenland immediately after Trump's tariff threat. Monday, January 19th, Supreme Court poised to uphold state bans. Monday, January 19th, boom, EU to Trump. Please, no more tariffs. Let's talk Greenland. Watch video January 19, 2026. Monday, January 19th, above the law, Clinton contempt bombshell. Defying Congress, defying justice as the Clintons declare, we simply do not feel like it, in their silent rebellion against the rule of law. Monday, January 19th, bombshell, Trump, Ilhan Omar should be jailed or thrown back to Somalia. Fraud, hate, and betrayal ignite president's fury. Monday, January 19th, Trump freezes all federal funds to 11 sanctuary states, California, New York, Illinois, and more. No more money for criminal safe havens. And Monday, January 19th, 2026, bombshell alert, phone call with German federal Chancellor F. Merz after the meeting with the U.S. President. Trump and Merz expose EU collapse. Video at
of January 2026. And what a fascinating start to the year. But it makes me question a number of truthers out there and a number of people that we look up to as respected voices. Because what I'm hearing them say about Venezuela, about Iran, about Greenland is not accurate. I'm not going to name names. But what I am going to say is be very, very careful, because we have been infiltrated by CIA agents. There's also a number of people out there that do not know what they're talking about. So be careful. Greenland is very much a strategic issue, and the primary objective is the collapse of NATO and the collapse of the EU. And once Greenland has been resolved, then those issues are then dealt with. It's important to know the facts because there is so much misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, and blatant bullshit about what's actually going on. We're here to bring you the truth. Don't take my word for it. Do your own research. Morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. My first story of the day, there are fresh warnings that the UK economy could be heading towards recession after new tariffs announced by US President Donald Trump. Measures could hit Britain's exports, particularly manufacturing and the car industry, at a time of already weak growth. The government says it's working to protect UK interests, but analysts warn prolonged trade tensions could damage jobs and investments. The risks have increased if the tariffs remain in place.
Well, in very simple layman's terms, I told you 6 years ago, they're going to shut down the world's economy for a global financial reset. And who better to shut down the UK's economy than Labour? Every time they've got into power, they've collapsed the economy, so it was an obvious choice. They are brilliant at shutting down the UK's economy, destroying business, and we're in the process of shutting down the world's economy. They're there to do a job, to destroy the economy, because the old system is so badly broken. For those people who are caught up in it, who are not aware and awake as to what's going on, it'll be painful. But for those people who've actually prepared for the collapse of the old system, you'll be enjoying the ride. So keep yourself well informed. Very interesting. I hear a lot of comments about why Donald Trump has appointed Tony Blair for the Gaza Board of Peace. There's a very old saying, keep your friends close and your enemies even closer. The one thing that's been very obvious with Donald Trump, right from day one, he doesn't point the finger at people. He puts them in the spotlight and lets them do it to themselves. Don't panic. It's all under control. Drew.
He gives them enough rope just to hang themselves. Next up, the IMF has warned that rising trade tensions between the US and Europe could harm global growth, saying there are no winners in trade wars. The warning follows new tariffs announced by President Trump, with the EU considering retaliation. Despite this, the IMF still forecasts global growth of just over 3% next year. President Trump has defended the policy, calling himself the tariff king.
Well, what we're doing is we're watching the collapse of the old system. And you only have to look at the G7. The G7 consists of Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the UK and the USA. The collapse of that is happening in plain sight as we watch the emergence of BRICS. You've got Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Then you've got Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, the UAE, the Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, already involved. You've also got another 30 countries that have applied. We're seeing the death of an old system and the birth of a new system, whether you like it or not. 2026 is going to be a lot of fun to watch when you know what's going on. If you don't, you'll be living in fear and you'll wonder what on earth is going on. Stay informed. We do the news every day for exactly that reason. Have a wonderful day and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Monday, January 19th, leaked TP USA docs expose Erica Kirk as CIA handler who ordered Charlie's assassination. The deep state's dirty secrets are blowing wide open right now. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Leaked Turning Point USA internal documents just surfaced on January 16, 2026, and they nail Erica Kirk as a CIA handler who directly ordered the hit on Charlie Kirk. Yes, you read that right. The conservative frontman was marked for elimination by his own inner circle when he started getting too close to the real truth about election fraud, child trafficking networks, and the globalist infiltration of the MAGA movement. The cabal could not risk him going full rogue, so they activated their sleeper asset to take him out. The explosive leaks detail everything. Erica Kirk, posing as loyal to TP USA staff, was embedded years ago as a deep state plant Classified memos show her receiving direct orders from Langley to neutralize the asset once Charlie began questioning the 2020 steal harder and digging into adrenochrome supply chains tied to elite donors. She coordinated the op. Surveillance, poison protocols, staged health incidents, all green lit, the highest black budget levels. Proof of payments traced to offshore CIA slush funds, funneled through fake nonprofits. Kirk's communications logs reveal encrypted chats with handlers discussing final solution. Military intelligence flipped the script. Charlie is safe under protection. The attempt failed spectacularly, and now the leaked docs are the kill shot back at them. Erica Kirk is in custody as we speak, singing like a canary about the entire network. Names, dates, handlers, even which TPUSA events were used as cover for cabal meetings. This ties straight into the bigger storm: mass arrests of embedded deep state operatives in conservative orgs, media, and politics. The fake Charlie's near miss proves the infiltration runs deeper than we thought, but it also shows Trump's alliance has them surrounded. No more controlled opposition. The real patriots are rising. Nisara Jisara acceleration confirmed in the fallout. With these exposures, the fiat fraud collapsed faster. Debts wiped, QFS online, trillions reclaimed from these traitor networks pouring back to we the people. Zim redemptions spike as the stolen wealth gets redistributed. The cabal's assassination squads are being hunted down, tribunals and ropes. Anons, this leak is biblical justice. They tried to silence one of our own, but it backfired into the biggest red pill nuke yet. Charlie lives. Erica burns. The CIA's domestic terror ops get gutted. The deep state is hemorrhaging. Panic in D.C., Langley on lockdown. Puppets fleeing. Trump knew, Q warned, and now the hammer falls hard. The veil is shredded. No more pretending. The handlers are exposed. The assassins are caught. And humanity reclaims the narrative. Prepare for the EBS wave that follows. Full disclosure on these infiltrations will wake millions overnight. February 1st shutdown. Trump orders total federal funding freeze for sanctuary states and cities. The MAGA King on Telegram. On February 1st, President Donald Trump will trigger a sweeping cutoff of federal funds to sanctuary jurisdictions that refuse to enforce immigration law. The announcement marks one of the most aggressive federal actions yet against states and cities accused of shielding criminal aliens while continuing to receive billions in taxpayer money. Trump's message is blunt and unmistakable. No more federal dollars for jurisdictions that protect lawbreakers instead of American citizens. We protect Americans first, he said, confirming that the era of warnings is over and enforcement has begun. Sanctuary policies, according to the administration, are not about compassion or public safety. They are described as deliberate obstruction of justice that blocks cooperation with federal authorities, interferes with deportation orders, and allows violent offenders, traffickers, and repeat criminals to remain free. For years, these jurisdictions continue to collect federal grants while openly defying federal law. That arrangement ends on February 1st. The cutoff will be immediate and comprehensive. All federal payments will be frozen, including funding tied to law enforcement grants, housing and urban development programs, education and infrastructure assistance, and public health and emergency allocations. The administration's position is simple. Compliance with federal law is the price of federal funding. No compliance means no money. The freeze targets 11 sanctuary states, including California, New York, Illinois, Oregon, Washington, Colorado, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Connecticut, Vermont, and Rhode Island. In addition, dozens of major sanctuary cities and counties are included, among them New York City, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, Seattle, Portland, Boston, Denver, Philadelphia, Minneapolis, Baltimore, Santa Clara County, Cook County, Multnomah County. These jurisdictions have repeatedly refused federal detainer requests, obstructed ICE operations, and released criminal aliens back onto the streets. Now the federal cash pipeline stops. Legal challenges are expected almost immediately. Liberal governors, mayors, and judges are preparing lawsuits to block the move. The White House, however, appears ready. The legal argument is straightforward. Federal funds come with federal conditions.
Sanctuary policies violate those conditions, creating a breach that justifies termination of funding. Trump is not negotiating, he is executing. The administration frames the move as an America First decision rather than a partisan one. It draws a hard line between cities and states that prioritize the safety of their residents and those that choose to harbor criminal aliens. The choice, Trump says, has consequences, and federal taxpayers will no longer subsidize defiance of the law. February 1st is now the sanctuary deadline. It marks the end of a system where jurisdictions could reject federal authority while living off federal money. Trump's warning is final. No more funds for cities and states that protect illegal criminals. The faucet is off. This is the line in the sand. Monday, January 19th, 2026. EBS is coming. High-stakes treason exposed, military lockdown, mass arrests, cabal panic in full swing. The storm hits now in January 2026. Michael Jaco, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. The emergency broadcast system is imminent, activating worldwide to shatter the deep state illusion once and for all. High-stakes treason at the highest levels. John Brennan, CIA traitors, and the entire satanic cabal compromised American security for millions. They thought they could hide forever. Wrong. White hats flipped the script, and now the military is moving in for the kill. The treason web unravels. Names named, no mercy. Brennan and his cronies handed over classified intel, rigged systems, and covered up bioweapons, election theft, and child trafficking rings. This isn't politics, it's high treason, punishable by military tribunals. Jacob warns the cabal is desperate. Sleeper cells activating, false flags prepped. Demonic rituals ramping up to drag us into chaos. But the alliance is steps ahead. Gitmo tribunals expanding, sealed indictments unsealing by the thousands. Politicians, bankers, Hollywood elites, they are all dropping like flies. As Operation Final Justice goes kinetic, EBS activation timeline exploding right now. EBS drops any moment. Blackout for 10 plus days of truth bombardment. 7 trumpets sound. Starlink beams undeniable. Evidence straight to your phone. Proof of election fraud. Bioweapon origins. It's endgame. No more fake news filter. Raw, unfiltered exposure. Stay calm, stock up, and pray. Military secures the streets while the takedown unfolds. No internet? No problem. Broadcast overrides everything. Trump and White House in total control. Trump's shadow command activates final phase. Military loyalists hold the line. No more stolen elections. No more Fed slavery. Nassar Jassar rolls out behind the scenes. Debt wiped. Gold-backed currency live. Prosperity funds flooding patriots. The cabal's stolen trillions return to we the people. Suppressed tech, free energy, all releasing post-storm. The cabal's desperation peaks. Their empire detonates. They're panicking hard, activating every dirty trick because they know it's over. Jaco says this clash is worse than World War I engineered by them, but White Hats turned it into their annihilation. Rituals exposed, empires crumbling. The storm isn't coming, it's raging now, tearing down their house of cards, brick by brick. Patriots, hold the line, trust the plan, prepare your spirit. The EBS is the death knell for tyranny. Justice roars, traitors swing, freedom rises unstoppable. Your sovereignty, your wealth, your republic, it's all reclaiming now. Share this like wildfire. Wake the sleepers. Fuel the awakening. The deep state's high-stakes treason ends in total defeat. Nothing can stop what's coming. God wins. Where we go one, we go all. The storm is upon us and victory is ours.